skull candies, and oh
And
my
the
gosh.
scary thing is that now, if you don't have a phone,
Yeah.
and your employer cannot call you at 7 o'clock at night or 3 in the morning and have you
Mm-hmm.
jump to and do what they want you to do at 3 a.m., whether you like it or not. And I
Mm-hmm.
wouldn't even hand out my phone number or my email address just for that reason. It's like when I'm off work, damn it, I'm off work and you can't call
Right.
me. And I am not
Exactly.
on, I mean, I'm not on salary, so how dare you?
Mm.
And people are working 24 hours a day to be successful because they're barely making any money anywhere. And if you
Yeah,
are
but
making a
see,
lot of money, who are you ripping off to get there?
that's what I mean. There's a lot of keyboard warriors out there making lots and lots of money, but there's nobody out there servicing the community.
Right.
All the manual jobs have gone.
Yep.
That's why they're
Except the
replacing us with
birds.
robots.
A few years ago, I used to say there's no man jobs anymore. You know, the forestry skills, we go out and cut, timber and you can find firewood, but it's rare now. And
Mm.
it's weird. I mean, we've seen industry change. We've seen not since 2000 alone, we've seen an entire societal change
I
in
agree.
20 years. And to me, that's a small segment, but to everybody else who's now 25, that's their entire lives.
Mm-hmm.
But to me, it's just, it's like a third of my life. And
Mm-hmm.
wow, have we changed? Wow.
Haven't we?
This is not the planet I grew up on.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like an old fuddy-duddy saying that, but it has direly, even since 2010, everything has changed since 2010.
Yep. Yep. I agree. Nothing's the same. People's attitudes have changed. The way
Yep.
people do
Oh, yeah.
things have changed. Everything's changed. It's only, I don't know what they're anticipating, but I know it's going to affect a lot of people.
Well, we talked about the Pentagon not being able to balance its budget for 7 years straight now because, there's money vanishing for. And
Stuff, yeah.
God, we have,
So it makes me
you ask
wonder
a lot of
why
young people, like we mentioned earlier, Armageddon. I believe Rodney said something about Armageddon. Most of these younger people believe that it is coming, and we weren't raised to think that way. Sharon and I,
Right.
and Rebecca.
No.
That's not anything that's in our vocabulary, but it's generic.
No.
My kids knew about the zombie apocalypse when they were 4
Yeah.
years old.
Yep.
That's not good.
Media.
That's
Again,
And I did
what
not
they're
teach
pushing in the
them that.
media.
They were not exposed to that from me.
Nope.
They got that from their media, from their tablets or whatever they were using, or the internet.
The
you know,
games,
and
the
I-
PS5 games.
Right.
See, and this is the
Yeah,
influence
well.
on the young kids. They get them involved in the games. And this is where I've got to put my foot down with my nephew. He's very into weapons at the moment. And I keep going, why do you want to build
Yeah.
weapons? What's with the purpose of these knives and these guns and stuff? Oh, that's just the way it is. And I've gone, no, it's not. Where is these influences
yeah.
coming from? And again, it's all on the computer. They have access to all of these games that influence them. And because there's no emotion and no feeling involved when you point
Right,
a
they're
gun at
numb.
someone and shoot them,
Right, numbed.
but in reality,
All I
in
have to
real
say
life,
to you, look at TV, look at YouTube, and GTA. Everybody know what GTA is?
yeah,
Grand Theft
Grand
Auto.
Theft Auto.
And
Yep.
you go to YouTube, and that's all you see is these idiots stealing cars and then wrecking them, and then dying.
Mhm.
By the way, don't steal a car in Arkansas and try to run from the police. They'll kill you for shoplifting. And
We had 4 teenage girls stole a car in Victoria and they made it to Sydney in it. They had the police on the run over 2 states. 14-year-old girls.
Louise.
And what's bad is they'll go to court and they'll get arrested and all that kind of stuff, and then they're out the next day. They can do it
Yeah.
again the next day. There's no punishment.
oh, they're kids. What are we supposed to say?
Right.
What are the parents doing?
Yes.
Yeah,
we're
yeah.
That's
Yeah,
my
we're-
immediate thought is, what are the parents doing?
Yeah, stealing cars, punching hookers, and crashing airplanes. Ha ha ha, DJ.
Oh.
Yeah, GTA.
Guys. I see
Yeah.
Jesus is here. I figure let's go
All
ahead
right.
and bring him in so he
Yeah,
can
he
get
can
Yay!
talk
into
for a
this. I know
while.
he has something to say about girls stealing cars. I don't know, but his our friend
Not
in
his
That's
car.
what I mean.
Before
Yeah.
BJ started
Boy
talking
and
about
girl.
crashing
Ah,
airplanes, he was
from
talking
the
about
blood.
hey Jesus.
Hello, Zeus.
How's
Hi,
it going,
Liz.
guys? How y'all
What am I
doing?
doing?
Bye.
So girls stealing cars, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I get a little bit more context there? That sounds like something I wanna hear about.
Well, as I said, it used to be a boy thing.
Now
It
it's
used to be a
girls.
boy thing.
Not
But
as
the other thing
hectic.
I've learned
No.
with some of these teenagers these days,
There's no
It's like-
there's no distinction anymore.
but
Oh.
not only that,
Jesus.
a lot of these kids have given up and they've
Yeah.
said it's all your fault that the world is the way it is, and you want us to fix it. Hang on a minute.
Well, what they've done is there's, and I don't completely disagree, but that are so the thing is now that they're blaming everything on the boomers,
Oh,
or is it our generation? I don't know if I'm Gen X or if I'm freaking millennial.
yeah.
I'm like
I'm,
Yeah.
I'm your age, Jesus.
I feel like
born in
I'm
19
Away
Gen
your
X.
age.
I really feel I'm Gen X because I just feel like even though I might just miss Gen X, I was raised very
Exactly.
Gen X, you know,
Okay.
with
I'm the last
play
one.
outside, drink water out of the hose.
Well, Sam and I are very much boomers.
Don't come back home until it's dark. That kind
Right.
of shit, you know.
I mean,
We're boomers.
dude, they had they
You're
talked about how
boomers.
they had a commercial talking about, we come on at 10 o'clock at night. Do you know where your kids are? You know,
Yeah, that was a real thing. That was
That
a
was
real thing. That was
definitely
an actual
an
commercial.
issue at my house.
That
That
would
was the
come out
80s,
like
yeah.
7, 8-ish as soon as the sun went down. Yep, that was a
Yep.
real thing, guys. That was a real thing.
Hmm.
We have
Yeah, and my dad would yell at me if I get home late after dark. You know, it's a school day tomorrow and all that. Well, Dad, I walked 10 miles to get home. I'm sorry, it took me a little while. What are you doing 10 miles away? Well, I didn't know.
Oh, yeah, I used to venture out pretty far on my bike. Yeah,
They're
it's,
not
uh,
real
Yeah,
life.
neither
now,
kid moving up the mountain.
now parents freak out if their kids go around the block. You know, it's
Yeah.
You know, we
They're
we
watching
just
them,
we
they're
just got
watching them on a
some
phone app because they stuck something on their shoe.
exactly.
Yeah.
We got some neighbors here in my neighborhood, and the children actually play outside. One of my neighbors the other day has been complaining on the Facebook group, our community Facebook group, about the kids. I'm like, dude, I love that there's kids out there. Shit, at least they're playing on their bikes
hilarious.
outside.
They're complaining about
Mhm.
they're complaining about dogs barking here.
Right.
Oh my
You know,
god! Yeah. I love seeing kids outside. I think it
Yeah.
gives.
I
I
find
love
it
hearing
crazy
dogs
that-
bark and
And it's
birds
nice to
sing.
see that they're not
Sure.
obsessing over their phone; that they're actually playing outside on their bikes. You know?
Right.
Yeah,
They should be.
exactly. Like like those guys in ET, the extraterrestrial. Like bikes in America. It's like my classic idea of what children in America were like, because that's the movie that we watched when we were 12 or like 11.
Yeah,
or
we
something
rode
like
our
that.
bicycles all over.
You
Now,
would
when I
go
lived in
on your
Minnesota, we'd ride
bicycle
8 miles
when
into
you could
town
learn to ride it, and you didn't
every
come
day.
home until it was dark.
See,
Used to
Sarah,
put a baseball card and a pig on the back.
I think that should be an actual term, because I feel that I'm an 82, right? I was born in 82, so one second.
Wow.
I just missed it.
You're a youngin'.
Thank
A
you.
baby.
Thank you, Sam. I don't know if that was.
You're
It's
a
a
youngin'.
baby.
Sam.
But,
Yeah, I was working for the Bureau of Land Management in 82.
I was in
no,
high
but I
school.
feel like I was
You're fine,
raised
baby.
very much Gen X. Like I feel like I'm Gen X at heart, but technically, I guess I'm not technically. But
Gee, are you the baby here? Are you the baby?
I
You're
think
the
Christopher is.
baby.
I think
How can you
Chris
be
is.
the baby?
How old are you?
What month were you born here? I was born in 1982 too. So
Oh, so
Wow.
Yeah, they're the baby. There you go.
Oh,
Well,
June.
well,
Who's
Who's
born-
got seniority
who's
here?
born
What month
first?
were you born? What month are you born in?
July.
Yeah.
July. Oh, so you got seniority, I guess. Was it? No,
Oh.
I do. I'm born in June. We're about a month. About a month.
Yeah.
You are the young one there, Jesus.
He's the
Yeah.
baby.
Yeah.
Yep.
Can't believe it.
But my weather's been overcast and overcast and overcast, and we're getting so much rain down here.
Yep.
Everything
too.
is so green.
Yep.
Calories are kicking my ass.
Yeah.
I mean, what else? That's about all I can say. That's all I have.
I
on
had a super sinus headache
my
last
end.
night.
I've had a few night visitors recently. That was nice. But in the day, everything's just too. It's just too cloudy, too smoggy out there to see anything.
Usually it's me saying, "Oh, it's cloudy for days and days on end," but now it's been like blue, and you get shit coming over at the wrong time of the day, so you kind of almost miss it. You're like, "Oh shit!"
When it happens, it happens.
Skyscrapers, they're coming. They're coming.
It's been a little further in between sightings. I noticed the other day I had a really close one, but what happened is that as they came really close, it just overcasted everything. So it's like I could see them for a little bit as they were coming in, and then once they got close, it just completely whited out my sky. And
It just muffles everything up.
Very white
doesn't it? It just muffles it up.
Well, remember, there's a big cloud. There's a big cloud between Attu and Uri, and then there's a drift cloud that runs off the bottom of Nepesity sometimes that will actually white out us in with a mist or a moisture.
See, that's kind of what's been happening. Usually when it's Uri doesn't really cause too much weather or anything, but it's what I've been getting as it passes, and it's passing so quickly that I think it's Nepesity. It just really brings on a lot of moisture. We haven't had rain bombs per se, but it's been very consistent rain, so it's kind of nice, honestly. I kind of like it.
Yeah, that makes sense, Nepesity having the mist, because she feels like, if you look at her for like ages and ages coming towards us, it was as if she had coattails behind. She was dragging stuff ever since I seen her. Like she was dragging stuff, and it must have been her OCGs. But to me, where I was in South Africa, it looked like she was dragging like these tendrils and stuff.
Yeah.
You know, and eventually when she started coming over, it was
Zizal.
What?
I tried Claritin. I found Claritin actually semi-tolerable. I have not tried Zyrtec, and I have heard about Zizal, and I thought about it, but I didn't buy it.
Try Zizal. That's what I use. It's great. No side effects. No drowsiness, and it works really good.
Cool. Yesterday morning, I was sitting there with the garbage can in front of me, sneezing and sneezing and sneezing and sneezing.
I've been doing that all week.
And then I'd take a breath, and I'd spit, and then I'd blow my nose, and then I'd sneeze, and I couldn't quit. I couldn't even take a breath in between sneezes.
Welcome to my world. Yeah.
And apparently they don't really. Apparently, they don't give you a shot anymore for allergies.
No,
like a big thing now.
That's weird, isn't it? They give you these things called.
Yeah,
well, I did have the allergy test. I'm allergic to grass, and I'm allergic to some form of wheat husk, barely. But I'm more allergic to grass. Now, if I go out and I sweat and I lay down on grass, I'm gonna have a rash all over my back.
Oh, yeah.
Over with.
I'm in high school, if I track, and then you'd go lay down in the field on the grass, and I'd get up and I would be covered in a red rash within minutes.
Right.
And
I do get
That's
so weird. You can still feel it.
Gee, did we all have the same blood group or something?
Yeah.
Well,
I don't know.
yeah, probably. Of course, you're from an old. Yeah, I'm.
I try to.
I'm hybrid.
I only take any medication and this is pretty standard procedure for any medication for me. When it comes to I only take whatever I absolutely have to take. But when it comes to allergies,
right,
I like to kind of wing. If it's really bad, I'll take one. But I like to kind of get used to it, because the more you kind of take something for allergy, the more you're going to be allergic to these things. So I try to kind of expose myself a little bit here and there, so I don't
That's why
really
local
need
honey is so
but
important.
it's been really bad lately. Also, the headaches, which I really blame our second star for, have been absolutely out of this world. And
Oh,
I've
they've been
noticed that
horrible.
as soon as the
Right.
sun goes down, right around 7 or 8 a.m., my headaches just goes away. There's something about the sun. My brother says you. My brother tells me you've been doing night shift for so long. You're becoming a vampire. He said, um, I think it's just there's something about it. It's never really had that effect on me, but lately, I would say this entire year, probably starting around November, it's just been so bad with the headaches for me. I don't know what's going
I'm going
on.
to ask you the
Wow.
same question, Yazus. What's your salt intake like?
I'm big on salt. There's
Okay,
no
do you
one-
use Celtic salt?
I usually use just regular salt, but I try to make a habit of using Redmond's because it's so readily available here. We have so
Yeah.
much of it, and it's so the processing thing is not very minimal because it's here local. But
Right.
Yeah,
You
but
guys
at the
have
same
local
time-
salt flats in Utah, right?
yeah, we
Yeah,
got
there's
plenty.
a
Yeah, that's from the inland sea that came in literally from British Columbia all the way in the coast of between Alaska and British Columbia. There was an inland inlet that went all the way down into Utah from inland sea, and I
Mm.
believe that was oh God, my brain knows this number, but it was anyway. I'm not going to throw a number out because I'd be wrong. But yeah, there was an inland sea only a few million years ago here. I've got to go cut pizza. I'll be right back.
No
Okay,
worries.
Sam.
it's supposed to be
'Cause the
like
other
some of the
thing is-
best salt you can get. So
Yeah, because
Yeah.
if you
Full of
put a crystal
minerals
of
and-
Celtic salt on your tongue, it stimulates your brain to take up more water.
right.
And that's our problem.
Yeah,
is
well, it
we are
opens up your
dehydrated.
cells. It opens up your
Yep.
cells, right? For it to
Yeah, but
yeah.
see, people see ourselves as these round things, but they're actually in layers, and they're not quite. They're see, people think they're just full of water, and
Right.
water just goes in and comes out. It's not exactly the same. It's
Sodium potassium pump.
Well, yeah, you've got your sodium pump and you've got your potassium pump, but at the same time, to keep our blood level at the right percentage, this is why they give you 0.09% salt when you go into hospital, to
Yeah.
increase your hydro. So to get more water in, they give you the 0.9% of salt. That's the first thing they do when they admit you into hospital is put you on the drip.
See, that's
They
another
have to
one that
bring you up.
when I increase my protein and reduce my carbohydrates, what it does is in order for your body, when you eat carbohydrates, there's so much water that your cells hold for to do with the carbohydrates. So when you quit eating so much carbs, your body releases a lot of liquid, a lot
But
of
at the
fluid.
same time, it takes a lot of effort to break down proteins as opposed to
Hey,
carbohydrates.
Yeah, it does. It does, and that's why it's so good for fat burning. Is
Yep.
To eat protein.
Yep.
But when I did that, I released a lot of water, and I was where they told me electrolytes are an absolute must if you're going to be on a
Yep.
high protein, low carbohydrate diet. But I
Yep.
just can't make a habit of it. I just cannot make a habit of first of all drinking more water. I just can't. I have a hard time drinking water, and I know coffee is a dehydrator, so
Yep.
it's like a double whammy for me. So
Yeah,
yeah,
coffee.
yeah,
Yeah, coffee's a diuretic. Makes you express more water.
yeah,
Yeah.
it does.
Have you tried jasmine tea or something like that as a substitute?
No, I have not. I'm still at that point where I'm kind of refusing to give it my coffee. But honestly, like, I don't know what it is, but recently it's not. I've cut down to 1 cup or
Mm.
one of these big
That's
cups.
huge.
It is. But I used to have 2 of these. Now I just have 1 because I just can't tolerate more than 1 cup of coffee. So
Doesn't
hopefully
coffee
I'm
give
kind
you
of weaning
terrible
myself.
acid?
What's that?
I tried coffee and it smelled great, but I couldn't take the taste. It was too bitter, and it was just so acid.
That's when you add creamer.
It is.
A little cream.
Yeah.
A little
You need a
sugar.
teaspoon of sugar.
I can't give up my coffee. I'm not prepared for
Yeah,
that.
coffee has gotten worse in the last decade.
I'm right there with you, Rebecca. I gave up a lot. I'm
Right.
coffee and no,
right.
that's my no.
I don't drink pop or anything
Yes,
else.
I,
Drink
I
water.
will not entertain the idea at this moment. I will not entertain the idea.
I know.
Now,
Is that-
Zeus,
Is there nobody here that drinks
congratulations
tea?
on all the weight that you have lost. Congratulations. That's a big
Thank
effort.
Yes.
It's been consistent small changes, but consistency is key.
And you
Consistency.
can see it. You can see it in your face how much difference it's made.
Yeah, thank you. I'm actually at a lower weight than my license now. I
Awesome.
might have to go in for a new license
Very
here
good.
soon. But yeah, it's been great. I feel much. Every pound feels better. Every pound feels better.
More energy and more vibrancy. It's good to
pain.
see.
Less pain.
Yes, that
Yes,
too.
less pain. That's the one.
Yeah,
Yes.
pressure on the
Yeah,
joint.
but and Tara, you're just mentioning it. The sunshine too. Like God, it is. Even though, again, I think you should kind of limit your time in the sun, but absolutely get some sunshine in because it is so great for your.
And we don't know what the ramifications of the larger star are on our skin. We have no idea how much melanoma is going to be created by this, let alone the toxic amount of radiation that was released from Fukushima alone that has created all the thyroid cancers and all the black sand beaches in California being radioactive. And again, if you're in California and you're running on that beach, avoid those black sands area because they're radioactive as hell. And they've been announcing this for a
Samuel?
decade, people. Yeah. Yes.
Will other people also have gotten the cancer that you got from there? Was there other people? I mean, there must have been
Yeah.
other people.
Type in, go look up the thyroid cancer increase percentage in the last decade in Canada.
Oh yeah, they're actually. I think insurance has stopped covering also some of those things because
Right. Because my
they're
doctor
getting their ass-
correctly told me they didn't ask me if, they said when. When were you exposed to a great deal of radiation? And I remember
I've
And you were in
heard
Montana when
insurance
it happened,
company-
Right.
or where? Sorry.
Right.
Yeah.
I was in Montana and I went out for about 3.5 to 5 minutes in a rainstorm chasing my lawn furniture down the road because we got a freak storm and it rained really hard. And by the time I got in and changed my shirt, because I was wet where I had to change my shirt, and my hair was wet, and within 20 minutes my skin was on fire, my face was on fire, the top of my scalp was on fire, my shoulders, my elbows, and my back, because I bent over to pick up the chairs and pile them up. So I got rained on my back, and everywhere where my glasses were sitting, because I ran outside with my reading glasses on because I was in that big of a hurry. And I had blisters on my cheeks for about 2 years. I had blisters on my scalp for about 3 years. I had blisters
Ask
on
me
my
how that
shoulders
could have
for a year.
happened to you. That sounds insane, but it's happened to you because clearly you've been sick with it. You got it.
Yeah,
And your
and
doctors
my
asked you
thyroid
when.
cancer is starting to be a problem again. And I'm just ignoring it. I don't want them to remove my entire thyroid. They wanted to day one, and I told them no. And they only took half of it out. And I need the rest of that. And my last blood work, I tested out okay that everything was still functional. I need to do a new one. But yeah, and she asked me when, and I remembered immediately because when my shoulders and head started burning, I ran into the shower and I took a shower. And ever since, like years after that, every time I even put hot water on the top of my scalp, it hurt. And I still have a very sensitive scalp now. And I walked around like a zombie for like 3.5, 4 years. And then I got that lump in my throat that started out the size of a thumbnail, and it ended up being like the tip of your thumb, big, and I couldn't swallow it. And I'd swallow things and it would get stuck. and I had swelling and all of this. And so I finally, it was very painful, and I finally went to the doctor, and they said, "Oh, you have thyroid cancer. It's exterior thyroid cancer, which means you were exposed to radioactive material." And in Montana,
So
that
what year was that? Did you say?
Well, it was Fukushima happened in 2011.
Wow.
In April 2011.
That radiation
look
went
at
around
the
the
tsunami.
planet.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
insane.
Oh yeah, and it
that
went straight across
planet.
over here in the northern hemisphere, Montana and Canada. In Saskatchewan, they were having radioactive grass readings. They go out in the middle of Saskatchewan and read the dirt, and it was pumping 25 rads, which is high.
Yeah, those things.
And
go crazy.
25. If you spend an hour and 25, you're critical. It's going to affect you to the point where you could die, and it's cumulative. It doesn't go away. The more of that shit, and it went up in the atmosphere, and it went over to Canada, and it went to Montana, and we got it was like 6 or 7 days after Fukushima blew up, and we got a freak rainstorm, and I ran out and I chased the table and 2 chairs down the street, and they were those stitched yard furniture with grass or reeds, so they blew in the wind, bro. And I went in, I got them back in the yard, and within 3 minutes, 4 minutes, and then I came in, and within 20 minutes my skin was on fire everywhere that water had touched. And I mean, I'm still affected
we talking
by
about
it.
2011 Fukushima?
Yeah, 2011.
Fukushima.
Yeah, Fukushima.
Yeah.
It was like 6 or 7 days after that happened. And if you look
I'll
up
never
the rate
forget
of thyroid cancer in Canada, it's up like 3,000%.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And there's I had a friend in Canada who also had to have their thyroid removed.
Skin cancer is one of those. I think skin cancer is one of those things that insurance companies and as well as health insurance companies are no longer covering because of the extreme numbers that have been coming forward. So that
And
says a
your
lot.
thyroid is where all your immune cells are made.
Right.
So if your immune
Tara, are you talking about lion's mane tea? Is that what you're talking about? And if so, would you let me know how it goes? Because I've been really curious about ordering me some of that stuff. It seems to be.
Yeah,
really
I've seen that as well.
supposed to be
Lion's
very
mane
good for
tea.
you.
I've actually
Yeah.
seen that as well.
And you can't do the grapefruit.
I've been kind of dipping my toe into the whole mushroom thing, and it's incredible. The whole thing with the mushrooms is absolutely insane. It's just such a fascinating little world, with those things. So yeah, let me know how that goes, Tara, if that's what you're
Yeah,
thinking.
there's a bunch of eclectic
Katie
people
Jo,
here that were talking
congratulations.
about mushrooms here.
Congratulations. I believe that you graduated, or one of your kids did.
Katie
I think it
Jo
was you.
did.
Katie
Yeah,
Jo.
she did.
Yeah. Joe, congratulations to you. I know that takes hard work, so good for you.
Right. Good job.
Plus, with everything else going on around you, and you've consistently got through all your studies. Congratulations.
That's hectic.
That's
It really
dedication.
is demanding to study and have a family.
Well, yeah,
And
she has
work.
kids. She does the Facebook group. She's everywhere. So the fact that you
How
still
do you
hang
find
out
the
with us
time?
here is also appreciated. Because
Yep.
I know when you
I'll
have
be
when
back in
you're
a sec.
I'd imagine being a mother,
Wonder
especially,
Woman.
your kids' age, that it's they keep you busy. So
How she does it.
yeah, that's why, Tara. It's why it's why they. What is it? If it's labeled a disease, it can be cured legally with doctors can't legally tell you or something like that with medicine prescribed to you or advised to you natural cures because
There are pharmaceutical companies that are giving kickbacks to doctors to promote their product.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, they are. They sure are.
And there's so much money in the background. Anybody who works in the medical provider in the pharmaceuticals industry is fabulously wealthy. They get high paychecks just to work for those companies because
Well,
they're making billions.
Well, look how much right now. So Eli Lilly and Novo Nordisk, they're doing these the GLP-1s that Americans subsidies. So we basically the American people funded these medications, yet we pay the highest prices,
Right.
5 times higher than other countries pay for the exact same medications. When the American people were the actual ones that funded the research that went into making these medications. So we really have gotten screwed so badly here in America, like so badly.
We have paid for a good portion of the rebuild of Europe.
Basically, we're basically
Yeah.
funding all these things, and we're paying the highest prices for them. That's
Alexander
insane.
was saying something about wanting you to see something in Messenger.
Oh, okay, sure. I will check it and see.
Yeah, I don't even have that going.
Tara, when I started changing my diet, as my point, my changes in my diet, I think they call it the paleo diet. I only eat stuff that we've been eating ancestrally for thousands of years. I don't like to eat anything that's relatively new to mankind's diet, even though we've been here much longer than they tell us. But there's a lot of things that once I started eating whole foods and got rid of all the processed garbage. Oh God, what a difference it makes! What a difference it makes just changing, just getting anything processed out of your diet. That alone is a miracle worker.
Okay.
The word weed doesn't usually scare
Hey,
me.
see what everybody's up to. What do you got for us, Rebecca?
Okay.
We just hit 5 hours.
Yep.
5000000.
And I'm still awake.
Go, Jillian.
2
it.
in the morning. Well, you're supposed to do daring stuff on your holiday, aren't you?
Are you still on your
Sorry.
week off, Jillian?
Yeah.
Nice. What have
Yeah.
you done? What have you been doing?
Stuff in the garden.
No, yeah.
Yeah. A bunch of other stuff happened, but I mean, I put up my greenhouse thing as well and built a little mobile barbecue that I got to practice with, just in case there's an outage. I want to make sure I can make food, But
You should
No,
be
I
using a barbecue grill regardless.
yeah, well, you see, I don't know where to put the thing now. It's a really cute little thing, but where do I put it? Where do I stand it? Can I put it? You can't
This
put it on
is-
a table when you're doing it.
Barbecue season
I
is
want-
coming. Yeah, I love cooking on the grill.
Charcoal at Walmart is really expensive this year.
Crazy.
Of course it is.
Yeah, it's getting ready for
Yeah,
barbecue time. Let's raise the
it's a fairly
prices.
good staycation. Don't
Well,
go
that,
back until
charcoal comes
Wednesday.
in from China too, and so that too is all going to go up in price. And we are the shortages will be here, and then the money, nobody's going to be able to buy anything. And God, most of you guys have not gone through a recession, a real recession like the 70s.
Right.
Oh boy, it's not fun. And if we go with 2 more quarters down, we'll be in an actual depression. So
Sam, I think we've been in a recession.
Oh yeah, we have been for quite a while.
We've been in a recession for a while.
Well, when you watch the prices double,
In fact, I heard somebody say that if you compare our economy now with the actual depression, it's actually pretty close.
yeah, we're already heading there.
We're
Yeah,
pretty
and
much
then
there.
jobs start getting cut next. Then you see people lose their job. And I remember back in the 80s, in the 79, 77, 80, you couldn't buy a job. And that was at the end of the recession. And, and we're seeing already, the trucking issues. And by the way, solidarity to the subway workers going on in New Jersey right now. But, that's a hell of a lot of money. They're already making way more than they realize. And they're asking for $50,000 more a year. And
Hang on, baby. Hang on.
Oh, we got a little one. Must
You
be
got my
dinner time.
kittens.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Feeding time for the
Whoa.
kittens.
Cute. I thought, what is that? Am I like? Are my shoes squeaking? What's making that noise? I thought it was coming from inside my house.
A tiny little bottle.
They're tiny.
First, I thought it was the fire alarms going off or something. I'm like,
Yeah,
no,
I
that
thought
doesn't sound
who's
right.
got birds? It sounded like
Come on.
birds.
Sharon has
baby.
birds.
Yes, I have the birds and the crickets. I got it all here.
Down there, Sharon's gone tropo. That's a term in
Yes.
Australia, correct?
Yes,
You go
correct.
tropo or tropo.
Troppo.
You're,
Troppo.
Troppo.
Tropo.
Let's go,
Okay.
Troppo.
Troppo. Let's go, Troppo. They
Hey,
already asked
Sharon,
me.
I can't even
curious.
imagine.
They already
What,
asked me
what
my
exactly is Vegemite? Can you? I
Pardon, what
was
is
seeing that you
exactly
were
is it?
explaining it in one of the
Back
last
in
shows,
it-
but I think you got I don't know. So the conversation kind of ended up somewhere else, and I ended up kind of getting curious because it looks kind of gross. It looks like it doesn't look like food. It looks like a bad version of peanut butter.
Well,
It is actually-
that would be nice if it did, but no, it's worse.
Actually,
Go
it's a
ahead,
byproduct from brewing beer.
Wow, really?
Yeah, and it comes out like a paste, and they put it through what they call a condenser to remove all the water, and that's when it turns black and very thick. But it's got all the B vitamin minerals in it, so the niacin, the thiamines, the riboflavins, all the B vitamins. And it was brought out just before the war in 1939, so it's been around for a while.
So it's like
It's a spread you put on toast very, very thinly, and it's sort of like and during the war they used to sell it also, and they used to make beef broth soups out of it.
Right.
So it's multifunctional.
It's almost
Is it-
beefy,
is
but
it-
it's
is it
it's
any
sort of
good?
bitter and it's kind of greasy.
Highly salty, very salty.
Right.
Really interesting.
it sounds like Bovril. Vegemite's like Bovril.
It's
I
very much
had a
like
friend mail me a jar
Was it,
of it.
was
and
it
I
one
tried
of those
and
like
I was like, okay, I'm not-
post-war? Is it one of those post-war kind of ration kind of foods where?
No.
Yeah.
It was just that one of our brewing companies, I think it might have been Foster's or something like that, kept getting all this sludge, this after sludge, and they thought, what can we do with it? So that's when they decided, hey, this is full of minerals and things. Let's market this.
Yeah, it's like
Which is
Marmite
which
or
is how we
Bovril.
have, which is almost the way how we have seed oils now. They were never meant for human consumption. How cute.
Rebecca, look up.
Rebecca.
Oh, let me see the baby. Hang on, let me make it bigger.
Let me get him out of the way.
Okay.
Pop off the towel. Here you are.
Oh my gosh, he's getting big, isn't he?
Yeah,
Oh,
2
yes.
months now,
Oh my
2 months, and he's kept his
cute.
blue eye.
Oh,
Yeah.
how precious.
cute.
I know, I
Considering-
know.
Considering how I found them, my
I
goodness.
know that. I know. That's a miracle in itself.
Yeah, we tiny
I
with
love
just
them.
their umbilicals
I love
still
them.
on. They're
Yeah, they
gorgeous.
did. They still had their umbilical cords on.
How cute.
Yeah, he's gorgeous. I love it. I haven't named them yet.
Yeah.
You're going to be keeping them pretty much. Looks like, yeah. I think you're already a goner. I think you're a goner already.
And they're teething very badly.
Oh
as
yeah,
you
they'll
can
be chewing all on that bottle, eh?
This one's the meanie. He bites his brother.
Tara, drinking is one of those things that I just cannot ever really do again. I was a big drinker back in my day, but after I stopped and then I tried to drink again, it's horrible, just awful.
I don't like the feeling of not being in my own senses.
I hate it. I hate feeling that way. I hate it.
Yeah.
The dopamine hit, nice, kind of gives you a little dopamine hit, yeah, but it's a high price to pay for it. No, thank you.
Yeah, it's a high price to pay for all the horrible you feel afterwards. It's not worth it.
Well, the reason why they tell you to drink water while you're having alcohol is because the alcohol, when it reaches our brains, creates a chemical called acetaldehyde, and it's highly volatile, and it's a scavenger for water. That's why we have the headache.
Yeah, that's why you have the hangover, because you dehydrate your brain.
Yep. That's why they say drink for every glass of alcohol, you have a glass of water.
Yeah, no.
But I don't drink, so it doesn't matter.
Nah.
You're hanging on by.
I don't.
Oh my gosh. Cheeky little bugger. You're such a cheeky little bugger, aren't you, huh? And the claws. Oh my gosh. Scratchy.
Yeah, because they can't retract those things for months.
No, that's right. That's why my hands look so all scratched up.
Hey, Rebecca, do you
guys want me to go outside?
Pardon?
I was gonna say, Rebecca, do you have that? Remember that video that you were watching, that you were discussing when I joined your TikTok right before you got off? The asteroid video. If you, not whenever you can bring it up.
Sure.
I really would like to discuss that with Sam, because it's been difficult to answer the questions I've been getting about it. I believe it's an asteroid, but it's. I think there's more questions.
I'm trying to remember.
I think I sent it. I sent it to you.
You sent it to me? Oh, okay.
I
Okay.
sent it
I
to you
was
last week.
trying to remember where I was looking when I think I was just looking at Facebook. You know, it was on Facebook. That's what it was.
Let me check. See if I do.
Okay, but I can find it, or you can send it to me. Let me look.
Yeah. I sent it to you along with the.
Oh, sure enough.
Along with, yeah.
From last time. Okay, maybe it's already ready to go. Let me look. Maybe it's from last week. Let's see.
All right, now I'm smelling ketchup.
Hang on.
Somebody out there has got French fries. I don't smell the French fries, but I do smell ketchup.
Oh.
Weird.
Oh, my
See
daughter's
the
making
fries.
bacon and eggs.
I'm gonna go outside. It's looking pretty weird, so
Ooh, okay.
I'm gonna
Chris.
log off and then
All right.
I'll
Not
come back
strongly
on.
smell ketchup. Weird.
Yeah, it's, I don't know what's happening. I think Yuri's in the southeast sky, so we'll see what happens when I go out there.
Yuri
I'll
in
be
the
right
south.
back.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Yuri would be in the southwest sky
Oh,
right
sorry,
now.
southwest. That's what I meant. Southwest. I'm dyslexic. You
Spinning
know
me
how
out,
that is.
man.
Yeah, right. I'll be right back. 2 minutes.
Don't do that to
Okay.
my head. Yeah. Oh my God, people.
Nothing to
you
show
know-
here, but only rain. Grey
Again,
skies and rain.
15 years, people. We've been talking about this for 15
Finish, puppy.
years. And
Finish.
Rebecca, didn't you long ago think this would have gone viral by now? We kept saying, oh, it's got to go viral any time now.
I know. I really can't believe it. I thought it would, capture people's attention
What you
more. Like
doing,
when
puppy?
somebody heard, they would just automatically fall, and believe
Hey, Bubby.
that,
Hey, baby.
I-
Doggings.
quite the opposite, actually.
I remember Dan on YouTube. He thinks
Most
we're the
people
most
don't
batshit
believe it.
crazy people that ever thought of a theory ever before.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
I don't know. I thought it was going to be bigger still by now.
Leave the kitties.
Well, we
Yeah.
just hope that, God, like Jesus's capture the other night at night,
Right down.
there's the planet sitting
I
there.
know. It means a lot to us, but most people, like Chris is saying, oh, you caught a cloud. That's great. Congrats. It's like they're just,
Wow.
Meow.
oh,
Yeah, I'm spinning
I know
myself
you
in
know.
circles trying to figure out what it's going to take for people to realize that, and again, maybe when they get just a little bit smaller here in the next month or 2 or 3 or whatever, that they'll be more visible because they're they're such huge cloud sky pillars right now. I can see where a lot of people would have trouble, but once you start defining that rounded edge, and you see that for yourself, and then you see the dark rounded edge versus the light sky color. Once you start to see that, it should be pulling people into reality.
Come on, baby. Come on.
Yeah, I love blackberries. It's clear in Central California. Yeah, and the problem is the closer you are to sea level, the harder it is to see. I don't know why Jillian up in Scotland's always getting some great shots, but she's close to sea level.
As I said before, Sam, I think right now people in the lower elevations are getting a much better show than us up here high because we're just too close, way too close.
Yeah, it's like
as much as I want, like I'm looking forward to them getting a little further because they're going to be really fun to photograph and make.
I don't want them to leave
and all that. It also means that they're leaving, and it's going to be bittersweet for me.
Yeah, what are we going to do when they're gone?
I don't know, Sam. I don't know what I'm going to do with myself, but I think about it every day.
Well, we better
How
start
long
writing
is it
books
gonna
or
be
something,
before they're gone?
Well, supposedly, guys, this is the year that we're supposed to have extraterrestrials known publicly.
So
That
Sam,
almost looks like the long box.
The first one. Can you rewind that real quick, Rebecca?
yeah.
So you said it was the asteroid, the middle one. You know how you have the 3 circle asteroids, one coming down and the other one's at an angle.
Yeah.
So this is an
Asteroid,
asteroid,
and then
but is this one of Uri's asteroids, or that's enormous?
can't be there because look where the sunlight's coming from. This has to be okay. This is directly the opposite. So this is either Attu. Yeah, I'm going to say Attu because the sunlight is directly behind us in this shot.
Yeah,
So you probably have the red asteroid.
This is
Texas.
north. This is north, Sam. This is north, a little northeast, but more north. It's directly north.
Midday.
Yeah.
Okay, well that would be Attu, and then the Texas Cube, and the red asteroid, and all of that. And that crazy cross pattern just above the building by that little sign above the building, sort of, a little bit more to the left, but straight up above that is where the Texas Cube is.
Okay.
Cool.
Yeah, you can see the base of
And
the
then you've
cube.
got the red asteroid is going vertically down away from you, in front of you.
So I've been getting some really weird questions about this. I was told the other day that I should look up the Sky Machine thing. I'm like,
It's a machine. There it
what
is.
is it with the
Caught it,
Sky
Jesus.
Machine thing now? It's
Oh, hey, there's a brand new crop circle series that just popped up in the UK again. I got a copy of it. I think I sent it to the Montana Skywatcher, and I didn't include it to Rebecca. I may have, but I don't.
You could
think I
see
did.
it looks like a rock, guys.
And it shows.
It has features of a rock. It has the texture of a rock. Even has the shape of a rock, amongst other things. But it's definitely
Well, you got the red asteroid, dead center,
Wow.
middle left.
yeah. Yeah. This was kind of scary,
And
honestly.
it's going vertical from us. It actually is. But yes,
It's scary, I'm not gonna lie.
we're in one end, you know, and
They're cutting you off, Sam. What are you saying? What are you saying that they're cutting you off?
Top secret.
Yeah.
Oh, nearly got smacked in the head.
Donald, you've been told to go look at the Sky Machine. I thought I saw one of those comments on one of your posts on TikTok as well. I'm pretty sure I saw it. I hate that guy who I think his name is Sunman who does those videos about the Sky Machine. I hate that he's on this whole Sky Machine thing because his videos are he's catching the planets pretty cool. I just wish that he had a bigger, broader view of what's really happening, because he would make a hell of a sky watcher if he understood what he was looking at. You know?
But he's probably in that frame of mind of living in the Matrix, you know?
Yeah.
And that's the sad part. Everyone's
It is.
been exposed to the Matrix movie, and that's how they think that we are.
Yeah. Well, they
Goes
took it
beyond
too.
that.
Well, they took it too literal, Sharon. I think that movie is great, but it's a metaphor. Like it's it's so. I agree. There's definitely
Connotations of things that relate
yes,
to what we're
similarities,
experiencing.
and
But
there's definitely we do live in the Matrix, but it's not literal the way you can't take it too literal. But it is a huge, if you know how to learn, if you know how to read between the lines, that movie, there's a lot of Easter eggs there. A lot of Easter eggs.
Yeah.
But I
it's
think
like
people take it
Jason
too literal.
Brashears. It's like Jason Brashears. He keeps going on about how we're living in a simulation. And I sit here and I think, can you prove that you're in a simulation?
Well, they keep
How do you
pushing
prove
that.
you're in a
They-
simulation?
They do keep pushing that though. Like that, I've
Yep.
been seeing just about every science thing is now pro simulation.
It's all pseudoscience. All of it's pseudoscience. It's rubbish.
Yeah.
You know, how can they prove that we're in a matrix unless they can actually, you know, put it in some sort of form, a visual form for all of us to see? And it's like them disregarding our field on the planets. They're so easy to dismiss us, but they're quite happy to sit there and run with their own narrative.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
and I'm back.
No, they can.
What's going on behind
The
you,
whole internet,
Chris?
You
the
know,
whole internet shut down
really?
on all of it.
the Sky
We
Machine
wonder.
is one of the craziest the
Inventions.
ideas I have about this that I've heard. But it seems to be taking quite a hold. I mean, I've seen that guy go from a few thousand followers, and now I think he's like 40, 50,000 followers just in a matter of a few months. And I'm like, how? Like why? How would you believe something that crazy? Yet I'm handing you something that you could actually digest and actually prove.
Prove.
You can actually see it. There's more proof to what we are, to our model than you know, than any of that.
Than any other visualized model.
Yeah,
Yep.
we're the crazy ones. I just don't get
Yep.
it. I don't get that. Like some people will believe
About
the
5 years
craziest shit,
ago-
but they'll draw the line at planets. I
Yeah.
don't get that. It really frustrates me. And I
About 5
can't
years
believe, and I
ago-
can't help but think what they told Sam. I think about it all the time. They'll
About
never
5
believe you
years ago-
anyway.
About 5 years ago, there used to be a guy on YouTube called Andy, and he had the Boogeyman channel, and he was on with his wife. And he supposed to have built one of the most elaborate telescopes that he could have. And he kept going on about the Sky Dome and the simulation. And then he believed that he photographed what he called the space elevator, because he was another one that went on about the simulator. and then he had photographs which looked like tubes, and he kept saying, "Oh, they're space elevators." But how do you prove that? How do you prove we've got space elevators? Come on. China wanted to build the biggest one to the moon. How are they going to do that?
No.
Using graphite carbon stack.
Well, it sounds a bit like the
Subatomic
Tower of Babel to me.
I don't know. Seems like Hollywood.
But see, this is the thing. All this whimsical stuff gets believed.
Yeah,
The hardball truth gets dismissed.
Yeah. Well, I think that's the point, Sharon. I think that's the point is that you open the floodgates to information, and then there's so much out there that you don't know what's truth from what's lies from reality. And
what appeals to an immature mind too.
Yeah. I think that's the
The
point.
scary shit. If it's nut job and scary, then they're right in there feeding in on the trough. And if it's a weekly
People love
regular
it.
thing,
People love that
they get
fear.
bored.
People get addicted to that fear thing. As I've mentioned before, I've seen a lot of people come and go. Come to Montana, Skywatchers, Nibiru Followers Anonymous, but it's the next step into the next
evolution
conspiracy thing. There's few of us that stay and actually learn the material, and then there's other people that are just passing through on their way to their next scary conspiracy theory.
And also the money boys that did that. Yeah. We had a bunch of people that spent 5 weeks learning, and then off they went, and we know more than they do, and these guys they're lying and they're grifting and they're trying to get how many times people after me over anytime any fundraiser whatsoever, and yet everybody out there in YouTube and TikTok is living off of these fundraisers and money and YouTube money, and yet the moment that I ask for help,
Sam, those same
then I'm
people,
wrong.
Those same people that called your mechanic, those same people are asked for donations on their platforms as well. They have their Venmo, they have their Cash App, everything on there. I know because I personally saw it on their YouTube
Christopher,
channel.
I've tried to buy you a coffee, but my card won't let me pay for one.
Oh, what? Oh,
I tried to buy you a coffee, and my card goes, no, doesn't support
we always
my
talk
card.
about, buy us a coffee or something like that, and I found this website. It's actually called Buy Me a Coffee.
Yeah. It doesn't
So I
like
signed
my
up for it.
card. I can't use it.
Well, I'm still waiting on your boomerang, so I think it's at the
Oh,
post
what?
office. Yes, I just got a.
No. Maybe
I just
it did
got
get
a
held up.
note in the mail
Like
saying I have to go pick it up. So
Like an actual boomerang is
Yeah, it's only a little wooden boomerang about this big. I thought, when he goes
talk
up the
about
field
technology.
and takes his pictures.
I mean
it
they sent me a thing in the mail saying I have to pick it up. It's mail from Australia, so I figured that's what it was.
Probably thought it
Yeah.
was a dangerous weapon. You're going to take someone's head off with it. Wow.
Oh well,
How-
guys,
how
those things
Australian
actually
feds
work.
or something.
Karen, do those things actually work? Do they actually?
yeah, they do.
They do. They are
They do.
aerodynamically designed to actually come back to you if you
Right,
know
it's
how to
wing.
throw them.
And talk about technology. I mean, the indigenous tribes have exposure to unbelievable technology in that wing.
Mhm.
And, granted, it's possible that somebody actually found a stick laying on the side of the road and threw it away, and it came back and went, oh, let's do this. But there's more to that. I had a boomerang when I was a kid, and they work. And
I had
boy,
one too,
they also
but I
hurt. You don't catch them right, they hurt.
I never was able to make it work, but I was 8 years old.
You got to angle throw it. You got to throw it at the right angle in front of
And
you.
you have to have it back in a certain angle. So you have
Right.
your elbow pointing where you
Right.
want it and where you want it to throw and come back. And that's the launch mode.
Interesting.
So you have to
You're
have
gonna,
it
you're
all
gonna have to give
like
us a demonstration, Chris. Well,
Yeah,
Well,
right.
it's
I have
like
to
the
get it.
Clovis point
Yeah,
and
we
the, and
can't wait.
the spear sticks that cavemen used to use.
Yeah, I'll end up throwing it and hitting myself in the head.
The Clovis point, the spear
Jackie
tip
can
that
take a
cavemen used to
picture.
use with a stick, they would actually put the spear in a stick and hold it at that same angle and
Yeah.
I know how to make those as well. But that stick increased the spear speed and power like threefold, and that's how they hunted mastodons and mammoth. And believe me, there were people. Cavemen were not all the way back to the dinosaurs, but there have been multiple civilizations for well over, God, at least almost we're heading towards 1 million years. But
And now
we
it's
were
sport,
changed.
throwing javelins.
Right, we were changed 400,000 years ago. So,
Mhm.
and that's the DNA that's all talking here and thinking today. But we're not originally what we are. Is not original from Earth. God did not make us. Demigod did, and we are a product of. And that's the Matrix thing about it. That's really the big joke.
We're not very adapted to this place, Sam. Like, we have back problems, we have eye problems, we have a lot of things that we shouldn't be dealing with if we were native to this land. But we're not.
Well, we're not perfect, and we're not the first version, and we are the contemporary version for what we are working on.
Yeah.
And of course, the commodities are still being produced on this planet, and then when this goes by, we'll start all over again and do it again. And it sounds crazy and far fetched and out there, but that's really what's going on. The truth is the Nibiruans, the Anunnaki, are back. And once you get that in your head, and the big door opens up, and there's the garage door opens up, you can see the daylight in the neighbor's yard and all the clearing things in front of you.
Oh, can you imagine? Can you imagine telling
And that's what's proliferating the media at the moment, the Anunnaki. So many videos coming out about the Anunnaki.
And
and then they're
getting all
mixing in.
this history about the Galactic Federation
Exactly.
and the Radians, and they're just
Exactly.
absolutely going apeshit on these channels. And you sit there and
Well-
watch it, and it's believable. It is entirely believable,
Well,
and it's really
You yourself the
incredible.
other day said to me, Jillian, when are we going to get first contact? Well, first contact has already happened many, many, many years ago. I am an example of first contact. I have had
but you hit
extraterrestrial
smashed.
meetings all my life. And when I got one of these races alone comes to visit me as a child because I'm supposed to do something, and another faction decides to try and stop me, and then later when I grow up, I'm met by another faction who then fills me in on all this information. And I hope that actually, I hope that we are first contact a disclosure for everybody, and I still believe that we are partially responsible for some of that disclosure. So first contact has already happened, and there's a lot of people, including Pleiadian messages. And I always weighed that. It's like, well, how could the Pleiadians came down here to put a video out for us? No, well, maybe, but it is important enough.
Don't
And
forget those Andromedan contactees.
yeah, we've had
Well,
contact
Sam,
with alien races forever.
Even though I think we get a little disheartened sometimes because it seems like we're in an echo chamber, talking about this stuff. But here's the thing: this information, it's out there. Once it's on the internet, it's there. It's not going anywhere. And even though it might not take hold in our lifetime, which I
Right.
really hope it does, but it'll take hold.
Yeah, we have 115 shows.
It has to. It's out there. The information is there. It'll come across the people it needs to come across in due time. I try not to. I try to think of it as this might not happen in your lifetime, but we are the ones responsible for getting those for getting that ball rolling. You are. We are all responsible for getting that ball rolling, Sam, and that's something that nobody can take away from us. And even though we may not live to see the fruits of that, I think that we will be remembered, at one point or another.
Wow, look at that.
I had somebody ask me about that, about our view count. And they said, well, with your view count so low, are you thinking about giving up?
No,
Yeah,
That's
they
not an
might
option.
it's just the
Yeah.
beginning.
No, that's not an option. That's not an
Yeah.
option.
Yeah, we're just getting warmed up.
Yeah, it's just the beginning.
Yeah.
And also this, as I was telling somebody recently, like I wouldn't, yes, I want people to wake up to it, but I also, a lot of it that I do is more of a big part of what I do is for personal reasons. Like I love doing this. Like it's I enjoy watching this. It's one of the greatest things that ever happened. Like quitting would not be something that ever crosses my mind. So if we wake up people or not, I think that's just kind of a bonus. It is
Yeah.
the ultimate goal.
Well,
here.
we get to talk to our friends, and it's all laid down. In the future, we can watch ourselves and laugh. Look at the right side of the sun.
Yeah, look, it's got that.
Doesn't it
same
look a
thing
little
with all the
elongated on one side, not the other?
It looks a little
Yeah.
egg-shaped, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's the other sun. The
I'm
baby
looking
sun
for
is
that
on the
second
side.
star on the right.
Baby sun. Na, 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 na.
Yeah,
Sorry.
baby. Sun,
Baby
sun,
shark,
na, na,
do,
na,
do,
na,
do,
na,
do,
do.
baby nun. Baby sun. na,
And
na,
look
na,
at that
na.
rather interesting. Look at the only cloud in the sky.
Look at that thing's got a bullet shape. Look at it.
Yeah, that's the faceplate of Saturn's yellow moon and the ion. That's the ion tail right there.
Sandy Cheeks, can you
And
give me a
faceplate
little
on
bit
the
more
bottom
context
that's that punch plate.
on what you mean by eating good for your blood type? And can you give me more specific details? Because I'm pretty sure I've heard about that before. That every
Oh,
blood
I've read
type.
that
Tribal
book.
Knowledge Academy's
Can
full of
you
how
give me a little
can
bit more
look for your
context?
blood
That's
group.
actually interesting.
I've read that book, and it's
Yes.
talking about the minerals and things that are associated with your blood type. For me, an ARH negative, they recommend that I eat plenty of omega-3 and omega-6 fish oils.
But would you say, Sharon, that it's based in reality? Like it's actually
Well, I
real?
wouldn't
Like it's
say
actually
so
makes sense?
because, again, I think it's another one of these philosophies, and I think when they've broken it down by blood type, I think they looked at it from the point of what metastasized here and also what is better for our metabolism, because they were looking at all different functions of bloods and how they operate. And I'd much rather go back to cell salts. What are my cell salts? Because an analysis was done by a guy in 1914, and he was looking at the salt residues after he disposed of bodies through, burning them up. And he realized that because it takes us 9 months or 41 weeks to develop in the body, they were saying that the last 3 months is where we're depleted in our cell salts. I can send you all of this. Apparently, because I'm a Leo, and I don't have anything from September, October, November, I need a lot of magnesium salts. Whereas you might be born in June, you don't lack July, August, September, and they might be the magnesium salts. You might rely on potassium. But I have all that information for you. But in regards to eating for your blood type, I think what they're trying to do is to help you stimulate better red blood cell production.
That's actually,
And that's all it's on.
It is based on science then. That's interesting.
Well, no, not necessarily. As I said, it was based on a philosophy.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean,
Okay.
so
So the philosophy is that every different blood type has a different mineral and vitamin uptake.
so
and
it's
that's
kind of
not
like an
necessarily
astrological
true.
thing, but
But it's not necessarily true because your genetics also dictate
yeah.
your cell structures.
Yeah.
So it's not
Yeah, if you're a
consistent. It's
hybrid,
not
Well, that
Right,
sounds
they're a
interesting.
blend of
That does
stuff.
sound interesting because I have seen a lot of new things when as people are trying to target specific body types and
Well, you look at
whatnot,
what's on the
blood
market at the
types and stuff
moment.
to accommodate your specific needs. Which
Yeah,
I
well, look at
actually
what they're
think is-
promoting on the market. at the moment, like glutathione, Q10, all of these things that have been identified as processes in ourselves are now being taken up by all these health nuts to try and say, oh, look, this is how you get better mineralization. This is how you get this into your body. But all you're doing is creating very expensive urine. That's it.
Well, see, that's what I mean, is that there's a lot of good information.
Yeah. And as I said, I can provide you with that if you want it.
Look at that
absolutely.
sun.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's huge. And the lead asteroid's cutting in below the ion tail.
Yeah.
I'll be right back, guys.
The only cloud in the sky is that ion tail off the face of the Saturn. And if you look at the dark blue shadowing up to the upper right, you can see that huge big thing is blue. Is Saturn right there.
Wow.
The next question is that dot is that dot up above? Is that the side orb with a long box cube directly above that tree? See that high little circular dot?
Yeah, see it right above there.
Damn
Above
bust.
the train
In
almost.
comes a
I mean, the bus.
I know, right?
That's a big bust.
Sorry, I'm used to trains.
But look how big the sun is.
Yeah.
Hey,
It's
Just
huge.
said that. Look at it.
and there's this huge dust storm that's rolled in.
Are you getting it there?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm heading back to the house.
You don't want to be breathing that rubbish.
I know, right? I mean, it's just, I don't know. Before I left the house, I took some pictures and I posted them in the group. So
You can see the
you guys
dust.
can go look at it there. But
Yeah, but I can
it's
see
just,
that white bowl that's right at the end there. Look at it.
Breathe
Look at
through your
that.
t-shirt.
Let's go by the tree. Look
Yeah.
above the tree.
and so the dust is creating this effect with the light.
Yeah.
Pretty
And you can
neat.
see the rounding of all the. I can see it. I don't know if you guys can, but exactly
You
what
can
Sam
see
is
it.
saying. Like you can see the curves of the planets on either side of the sun. It's wild.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
That big
insane,
dark blue is
isn't it?
very large as Saturn. It's
Wow.
huge.
She's close. She's close.
Yeah, and we believe that Saturn is actually larger than Earth by a small amount.
Imagine.
No way to measure it, but by what I've seen, it appears to be. Not only that, compared, I mean, Saturn is small compared to all its other, the big
Look at
gas
the blue on the
giants.
other side
gas
too.
giants,
No shit. Look at the
water
blue. Yeah.
Okay,
Nice.
that was loud.
Sorry.
Awesome.
No, not your fault. Not your fault.
Does that mean we have to go
Yeah,
back to masking
I'm thinking
again?
about going buying more M95 masks, people. And
Yeah.
I'm thinking we might need them.
high particulate, get rid of it.
Yeah. Well, I was thinking
Oh,
to myself
pretty
because I was
brilliant.
sneezing all day yesterday, going, God, I should be wearing one, and maybe I'll be better off.
When you're doing the grass.
No, I'm just breathing. I'm suffering from the allergies in the house and the cat and all of that.
Yeah. And you said it's very dry there.
Yeah, and as long as I'm boiling water, I can keep the dust and the pollen down because then it gets moist and settles down.
Mm-hmm.
I run the
We
fan.
have the opposite here. We have the opposite. It's so dry. I mean, so much humidity and stuff. We just get black mold on everything.
Right, you got to flip your bedroom mattress and all of that, and yeah,
Oh,
I
it's
live in
terrible.
Minnesota.
Absolutely terrible. It affects
Well-
everything. Everything.
Well, we have 17% humidity, where you guys probably have 90.
68
God.
usually.
90% humidity. Awful.
Yeah. Disgusting.
Just
Yeah,
call,
I got
talk to anybody anybody in Florida right today. Oh my God, they must be it's 110 in Florida right now.
And they can't even keep hydrated with that kind of temperature.
And that's why these
Keep
people
up
are all
your
walking
electrolytes,
around with
people.
bottles of water everywhere nonstop. And God, don't buy, that fancy $5 bottle of water. Holy crap, you're kidding me.
No.
Oh, it says we're at 89% according to the BBC and Inverness. The humidity is 84, but in there and it's 89.
Yeah, we have desert dry here up here. Our rivers are full all the way up to the top right now because we had great rain last week, and it's 63 degrees right now. It's kind of nippy and cold outside, but it's very dry. Very, very dry.
That would be hard to
And,
breathe.
Chance of precipitation 5%.
Gold went down again. It took a big drop last week. Weird. First time I've seen gold go down in a long time. Right now, gold is going
Didn't
for
someone-
$3,205.30 an ounce.
Nice.
Didn't someone flood the market the other day with some gold?
Yeah, that was right. Yeah, that's what happened right before the
The drop. Someone
the
flooded the
tariffs
market
went in
again.
place. There was a whole bunch of Washington D.C. insiders that sold off everything,
Mm.
made a bunch of money, and then everything
Must be nice
crashed.
to have all that inside information.
Yeah, and then after the markets dropped, then they came back and bought everything at cheap again and start all
Sure.
over again.
That's how it works.
Do it.
I wait till it's rock
This is the
bottom
biggest
and then come
leasing
and
of the
sweep it up.
entire world. Well, you know, I personally am missing money, and nobody's telling me what happened to it.
Awful. It's just awful.
And you can't find any department that's going to put you in the right direction either.
Well, try calling them.
That's it. You're on the
You're gonna
phone
be on
for an
hold
hour
for
and a half,
10
just waiting
hours.
for them to answer the
You're
phone.
really
so
lucky
what
if
happens
you can
here,
actually get
You're on the
somebody to
phone, they
answer
put you
the-
on hold for 30 minutes, and then it cuts you off.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you get to the end of their day and they cut you off.
Yeah, you got to call
Yeah,
them with two
I-
I
telephones.
called them and called them and called them, and I've been on hold for 30 minutes, and then because due to the volume of calls, we have disconnected your calls and ask you to please
Yeah.
try in a few days.
And I suppose the office is, half an hour away from where you are.
Yeah, it's 40 some miles away from here. 30 some
And
30
then you got
some
to
miles.
make an appointment.
Right.
Now you sit there with the rest of humanity and you get sick.
And your
'Cause,
appointment is
I
2
had
months
to-
from now. Yeah.
I had to do that last year for some reason. They wanted to know something, and I went in there, and I just started talking to the woman, and she turns around to me and she goes, "I refuse to serve you because you're giving me attitude." And I went, "Huh? I'm explaining my point to you. How am I giving you attitude?" And he goes, "You're being very aggressive about it." And I went, "You ain't seen nothing yet, love." You want to see aggression? I'll show you aggression. I am calmly talking to you, trying to explain. What, is it because you've got the headscarf on and I'm not one of you? Come on. So, yeah, she said, "Go over there, sit over there, wait over there for another 20 minutes until I got another person that didn't care about attitude." But that's the thing, they give you the runaround. They make you feel guilty for asking for something.
Right. Like we're the bad guy, and they're I know.
Yeah.
Guys, we're living in
sucks.
we everybody needs to take a really big drastic chill pill and a be kind to others pill, and we've forgotten that because a certain person has taught everybody it's okay to be an asshole publicly, and I don't like that. Even if I dislike people, I am polite to them, even though I want to
Absolutely.
wring their neck.
Yep. I smile at them whenever they're going off their brain, and I just smile at them. It makes it angrier.
Yeah, it does.
The best
Always
reaction
fun.
in the world is watching someone.
That's why I was telling Jillian, when she said these people coming at her about her dogs, I said, just act stupid. Smile at them, go, "Oh, I'm sorry," and then they're disarmed. They don't know what to do.
Yes, we've had many discussions about that, haven't we, Jillian?
Meow, is that meow?
Oh, that's a crow outside. That's a crow.
You've got a wildlife show out there.
Well, you can't avoid them, actually. The ones that I don't like are the ibises. We call them the bin chickens. They're everywhere. Yeah.
We have
They're
magpies
everywhere.
nesting in our tree right outside my window, and they
Oh,
are
watch out for
noisy
breeding
and they're
season.
mean, and they eat eggs and you name it.
Yep.
And
Do you know that I got hoofs? You get hoofs for your dogs to chew, right? So the doggies, I got them beginning of the month. I get them it's like one hoof and it's usually got something like a filler inside, like oats or something. And they must have, well, Theo was charging about the garden, and he's just, you know, dropped it, and he's gone back inside. He's gone back and got the squeaky cactus that looks more like a, you know, and he's like, and running about the garden with it, and then he's forgotten his hoof. But they're not expensive. But the point of the story is that the crows were sat in a row up on the roof, and there was 2 seagulls on the other side, and they're all going, and they're ugly sounds they make. So
yeah.
Then it waited until I'd shut the door and we went away, and I sat down on my bed and I was doing my reels for the show. And the next thing I heard, this pushy thing is trying to get itself into the air, holding onto a hoof. And it's up with a hoof, and then Theo launched out the door and raced to it, and he jumped up in the sky, like with his tail right out. And that thing dropped the hoof, you know. But it's wild. I can't believe that a bird could carry something that's quite as heavy as it.
Oh, well, there was a story. There was a story in the 70s of a 3-year-old that got picked up by an eagle and carried off into the nest. And when they went looking for her, here she is sitting in the nest, perfectly okay 3 days later.
Oh, no way.
Never ever happened in history before. A person being, like, they take dogs and cats and things, but never picked up a human before.
That's wild. Like, picked up a poor human.
Oh, the mountain lions do that here all
playing
the
in
time.
her front yard.
Oh, God.
Yeah, there was reports this year in the United States, in Montana, as well as Colorado, where they were warning people with small children in the yard. Age 3 through like 9. Do not unattend your children. There's so many mountain lions around here right now that you're going to lose a child over it. And there have been
we're having those problems here too, Sam, with mountain lions.
Right,
They're
a lot of
getting
people have been
closer and
attacked.
closer to the city.
Yep.
So why are they coming closer to the populace?
Well, because the populace is going to them.
Well, here in Salt Lake, here in the Salt Lake Valley, we just keep building more and more into their habitat.
Right.
More and
like
more.
everything else.
Yeah.
Right.
Encroachment.
And right here, we're basically in a bowl surrounded by mountains. So anytime that we build up higher, which is very common now, everybody wants to live on the foothills of the mountains. It's going to displace a lot of wildlife. In fact, recently we put in a wildlife overpass, which there was so much. It was a few years ago, but there was so much people going back and forth about how it was a waste of tax dollars, and actually, they're saying that they might not even use it. Within hours, there was bears and there was.
Yeah, if people knew how many cars actually hit deer and elk and bear and damaged their cars.
I just seen a post of a poor moose at the side of the road that somebody had killed, a female one, and it had been dragged. You could see the, smear.
Yeah, last year they had to stop the whole entire road from I-15 from here to Evanston, Wyoming, because they're not Evanston, but a little closer before Evanston, because there was so many. There was a lot of huge elk migration.
Right. You can type that in.
Traffic, so they had to take entire herds of elk and round them up and get them away from the highway.
Yeah, go to YouTube and type in elk herd crosses the road in Montana. Oh my God, they'll go through fences like string, like it not even there. And I've had to, for BLM, we had to repair elk fence all the time, and they go through it like it was not there. And we're talking serious barbed wire, and they don't even feel it.
Seen what an elk looks like up front, like up close.
Yeah,
those things are. God, scary, man. They're huge.
They are huge. Well, we had the elk came down here in our yard this last month, and I've never ever in 23 years of living here, I've never seen it. So something weird is going on. Of course, around the 15th of this month, which was 2 days ago, we had events, but also around the 15th of last month, also we had some weird events going on, people. So there's some stuff happening, and I sure feel something, again, the other shoe's about to drop. And we're in the freak zone. And what's going on in the sky? And there have been a lot of reports of some weird sky activity, these one-off opening portals and all sorts of shit all over the sky. And the straight lines.
The sun, Sam, is what's had my attention more so than ever before.
Something
is just getting my attention to the sun. And
yeah, well, I really think that, I saw the video. I watched the released footage of the sun this week, and it does not look like the sun I spent the last decade studying.
No, it's too big. It's too.
The surface behavior, the waves, the flow, everything, it doesn't even look the same.
Well, it doesn't feel the same, Sam. It doesn't feel the same.
No.
I don't feel it's very nourishing the way it's supposed to be. Like, it's nourishing for a few hours, and then after that, you need to get the hell away from it. It's just, it seems more problematic than it used to be.
Oh, let's talk about this 3 years from now after we see the changes. And I also have that feeling like something's wrong with the sun, and I need to pay attention to it.
Yeah.
It doesn't look right. It doesn't feel right.
No, it doesn't.
And yet, you pointed out to other people, you've been ridiculous. That's our sun. No, it's not. Look how huge it is.
Yeah.
And it's like some of those video clips and movie clips that I've been sending you, where you can actually see the sun behind these guys. And it's perfect blue sky, and the sun's just up there, a little ball of orange stuff. And now you can't even look at the sun without it burning your eyeballs to the max.
Yeah.
I believe what you say, Sam, and I had that revelation with Jillian a couple of months ago. I said, I'm convinced that our sun is sitting behind our binary right now.
Yeah.
I'm convinced.
I have never seen the coronal holes. There's hemispheres on the sun. There used to be 2, and now there's 3 or 4 of them, and there's this wave pattern that is behaving on the flow of the sun that I've never seen before. And I've been watching the sun regularly for over a decade. I mean, I do a sun study a couple of times a week. And it's not been a lot, but as lately, and Nicole sends me, hi Nicole, stuff, and it does not look like what I've been watching for the last decade. It's totally different. I think NASA is showing us the larger star.
Nicole, I watched one of The Incredibles. It wasn't the first one. I think it was the second one. And you're right. There's a lot of scenes in that movie that are like, holy shit, that's a freaking planet. I don't want to go again conspiracy or whatever, but I don't know about that movie, but I do know that there's a lot of old stuff that seems to be not what I remember it. Maybe as they want to normalize all this shit in the sky, it seems like a lot of it is still I don't know, it seems like a lot of old shit is being maybe manipulated. I don't know, but there's a lot of, who was it? Somebody posted a picture or sent me a clip of something recently of old movie. Who was it?
That was me.
Was it you, Sharon? I think so. Yeah. I was like, wow, those are the skies I remember. Really boring, really bland. The blue was very consistent. That's what I remember. But then when you look at movies, you keep questioning yourself, because you see a movie that's a little older and you're like, I don't remember ever paying attention to the sun, to the sky on some of these. So I don't know. I think about that all the time, Nicole. I think about that all the time. I'm like, is it that they redid these movies and kind of stuck these clips in there just to kind of normalize it? I don't know, but
Isn't that what they call the Mandela effect?
Yeah. See, this is what I think where the Mandela effects kind of may come from, is they're trying to normalize something, and they kind of take this old stuff and they kind of make it more, I guess, today-ish, guys. I don't know. But this is something I run into all the time, Nicole, where I watch a movie and I'm like, this looks like it's a little older than when the planets arrived, but I don't know.
Anything 2015. Everything after 2015, that's when the skies changed. And it was visually more pronounced.
Right.
I've noticed that.
What Nicole is saying okay, so what Nicole is saying is that The Incredibles came out in 2004, right? And that's prior to when we believe the planets got here. Yet a lot of the scenery in that movie seems to be our skies from today. So I get kind of confused, and I feel like they're fucking with, honestly.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised at all. Jesus. I wouldn't be surprised at all.
I wouldn't either, because it's digital, right? It wouldn't be that hard to change the background. It wouldn't be that hard.
No.
And how would we remember? I mean, we already can't remember if Fruit of the Loom had a cornucopia or not. I know it did. I know
it did. Yeah,
it did have
a cornucopia. Pikachu had black on his tail.
Yeah. Yes.
And they're saying, no, he never had black. And I'm sitting there going, am I going mental or what?
So I think I really think they're messing with this. I really think they're making us question our own sanity. But I that's a good point that you brought up, Nicole, because I think about that all the time. Sometimes I see something a little old and I'm like, these planets weren't supposed to be here at this time, but here they are. So are they normalizing it through digital manipulation? It's very possible. Very possible.
Absolutely. Yep.
But as I was saying, maybe I had a bunch of VHSs. You can't mess with those. So I would like to go back and look at those VHSs. I don't have them.
Look, I am your father.
Speaking of that, I can't find it anywhere. Sam, I was going to keep my end of the deal and watch Star Wars, but I can't find it on any platform.
I'll tell you what, I was talking to Rebecca about this. I did find them at the store in town. There's a used DVD store, and I will buy the series as far as I can acquire, and then I will mail the two, whichever one of you guys want it first, and then you have to mail it to the other person.
And then whenever I finish, I'll just send it off to
Rebecca, and then because I it starts out like I think the first movie is 5, 6. It's either 4, 5, 6, or 5, 6, and 7 are the first movies.
But that was in 70 something, right? It was 78, I believe, when the first one came out. 79. So I looked for it on this bootleg app that I have to watch movies, but the link was not.
I will go.
Star Wars is like highly protected.
I will go this week and buy all of the Star Wars movies on DVD.
It's really hard to get them on any bootleg.
Do you have a DVD player?
With the movie. I can't find it. I can't. I tried because I really do want to get it.
I will burn you some copies.
That would be great. I would love that.
Burn you some copies.
And then if you could send it to me, and then I could send it to Rebecca. And
okay. Well, if you're going to do that for free, sure, and go ahead, because to me it would be $40 or $50 to buy all.
It'd be cheaper to do that. It'd be cheaper to do it because I tried every. It was my thing for the last couple of days. I'm like, this is my homework assignment to watch at least one of them.
Oh God! Can you imagine him starting out at A New Hope?
I got rid of my Hulu account, and then I got Netflix. Netflix doesn't have it either. I tried. Paramount doesn't have it. Nobody seems to have it. I think the only way is I could rent it on YouTube, but I don't know.
Yeah, how many people sell their original copy on DVD of Star Wars? I don't think very many people would.
No.
Me, I have a few thousand DVDs. I mean, I have 3 bookcases full of DVDs, and I'm not selling any of them.
No, you probably shouldn't do that.
I have I have a
Just tell
movie
me I have.
theater in my home.
I still
I
have
mean,
my.
I don't even have a
original
DVD
Pac-Man.
player. So,
I don't either.
Yeah.
I don't either. I'm gonna have to go buy one. I will
Yeah.
order one.
Right.
I will order one off Amazon.
Actually, Target sells a really good Sony DVD player for about $45, $47. Of course, wait a
Uh-huh.
minute, that's old prices. So, but Target has a really nice by Sony DVD players. They last longer than anything else. And then they have just these really cheap, small little DVD players by Sony. Target carries them.
Yeah, I remember those.
I have bought 3 of them now.
Well, Sony was the original DVD. I think they invented the DVD. So, or
That's possible.
They exactly. They had the Sony Walkman in our day.
I remember that.
Oh, I
It
missed
didn't
my
work.
Walkman.
Well, the tapes worked well, but the CD Walkman was just
Yeah, it was
completely-
horrible. Yeah, you couldn't.
I
drop
would
it, couldn't
I would
with it.
look
You
at it
couldn't
and it
go
would
jogging
skip.
or anything. It'd
Yeah.
jump and rattle.
I could give it a dirty look and it would skip.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I used
Anyway.
to wear my Walkman while mountain biking. Now, when it was the tape player one, that thing skidded off mountainsides and went across the road 100
Right.
times. But the DVD player hit the ground once, and that was the end of it.
That was,
That's it.
even if it had the anti-skip protection on it or whatever, I think that made it even worse.
Yeah,
It never
What were they called? The
and they were
Discman
so
or something.
expensive too.
Yeah, the
Everybody got
Discman.
so screwed with those.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Back
I'll
when we
get
were
onto
real
that
cool
for you.
before phones, before flip phones.
I think I've
even,
got the
guys.
whole lot of the Star Wars stuff. I'll burn them all for you.
That would nice. I'm gonna order a DVD off Amazon or I think Best Buy. Just they.
I have been trying. There are many Star Wars fan-made films out now on
Nice.
YouTube, and
there's
I
a lot
trying
of
to
there's
get
a
into
there's a
them,
lot of
but there's a lot more
animated
garbage.
series. There's a lot of animated series. I did like what is that one with the guy with the mask? What was it?
Oh, Mandalorian.
The Mandalorian was good. I love the Mandalorian.
Rogue
Oh,
One
I
was
love
really good.
Mandalorian and Ashoka. I tried Acolyte, but Acolyte was a bit.
I still have
Dark.
not seen The Mandalorian.
It's good.
Mandalorian's
It's good.
awesome, Sam. You'd love the Mandalorian.
I love. I don't know who plays him. What's his name? But I love that actor. He's a really good actor. Whatever.
Oh,
His name.
jeez, what's his name there? Yeah, he's that. He's like,
It's like a Latin name or something.
yeah, he's a Latin actor.
Yeah. Even though he never shows his face, he's a good actor. I like him. You know?
You can tell by his voice.
Yeah, he's lovely.
And Baby Yoda. Well, don't get me started.
Oh my
I mean,
God,
that,
yeah.
that thing is so cute. It's just I want to keep it as a pet every time I see it.
That thing
Oh,
reminds me of
that's-
Groot. I
Can't
am
keep
Groot.
Yoda as a pet.
The race
I am
of
Groot.
beings that Yoda is, there were, I believe, 3 Jedi Masters from that race, and they're actually going into the back histories now, finally, and some of that is being introduced in YouTube, so you can look all of that up. But yeah, Baby Yoda, and there were 2 other majorly strong, powerful Jedi from that same race that Yoda is, and I can't remember what their name is. It was an interesting name. But
Yeah, that's the guy there, Pedro Pascal.
What do you think, Pedro Pascal? There you go. That's it. Yeah.
Yeah,
What
that's
what,
it there.
what do you think that? Yeah, him. He's great. I love him.
Yeah,
He
he's a
has-
good actor.
He has a few good movies where he does a very good job. Yeah. But where do you think that character was based on? An actual little alien, Sam? Like, I mean,
no, I don't think so. But I mean, look at the premise of the Force and everything, and how Yoda is, of course, a little green guy, a little tiny small guy, but he's like the most powerful current Jedi of his age. So that I think he's more of a metaphor than a reality. But we've had on Earth, we've had so many captured bodies of aliens that were smaller than us, and the little tiny winged aliens and the skeletons of what the people called fairies over the years.
and there's a lot of videos and old stuff about smaller. I mean, look at what's his name, that guy from Las Vegas, Area 51. I don't know what his name is, but
Bob Lazar.
Bob Lazar.
Yeah.
Like he said, one of those little spaceships was designed for like a 4-foot beak.
Yeah, yeah.
He said that
And
it
the
was too
grays-
small for an actual human. That it was
The grays run very short, from like 4'6" to 5'4", somewhere in that height. All the grays that I met were real. They're shorter than you, and they're gray and green, and they're really smelly, and their skin looks really freaky. And when you push on them, it bounces back after you release it. It's weird. I don't want to tell you the rest of the story behind that. But the grays actually do work for other races. They're not on their own. They do well in our atmosphere where the other races do not. And they talk about the spaceman handbag. I'm pretty sure that those other races, the Pleiadians or the Nibiruans or whatever, or the Dracos or Octurians or whatever, I'm sure they all need to carry those resuscitating.
So they're more So you're saying they're more adaptable to changing conditions,
right? They can. I think they can even exist in deep space without oxygen. I'm not sure. I don't know, but I know that they don't suffer the same atmospheric problems that the Pleiadians would, or the Nibiruans would, or the Anunnaki, whatever you want to call them. And that's why they work for them, because they do the lifting. And the ones I met first worked for the government, so and then later I met another batch that worked for the Pleiadians, so I know that they work for the other races. And people think they're independent, and they're not. They're a past tense lost race. I believe their planet blew up or something like that long ago. Anyway, I don't have all the details. I only have little pieces. I wish I had more for you guys, but I'm already handing you 7 planets and a star.
Yeah.
So plenty more, Sam. I know you got plenty more, but
there's things I can't talk about here.
Yeah,
and if I did, then
I'm gonna give you a pass there, because sometimes I'm not sure how much I want to hear or how much I'm ready to hear.
Exactly.
Right. Well, a good portion of what I could say would scare the crap out of a lot of people, and that's partially why I don't go, hog wild. And this is my real face, and this is my real name, and I'm not R7, the guy in the funny mask. And
so you say, Sam. So you say.
Yeah. Little do they know. I'm thinking of.
I seen on some of those stories that we watched, the histories of the Anunnaki, how they came through the Hammer's bracelet, the asteroid belt of our solar system to get here. And they talk
Through
about
the
their long
Oort cloud.
journey and how dangerous it was to get the ship out of the way so they didn't hit it with their ship. And when the dude landed here, how he needed to make sure that he had his eagle mask on, because he wasn't sure how he was going to cope with the atmosphere. Then only about on the 3rd day or something like that, he removed his helmet and he discovered that he had adapted.
Where
But
do they
before
get
that,
this
when he
information?
did
Yeah.
initially land on the planet, he actually had to adjust to the planet first, because he said all he wanted to do was sleep when he got here. And then
Well,
after
if
that,
I was to go
started
to
to
Scotland tomorrow, and I would have to come out of my high mountain altitude to be at sea level, I would suffer for about a week or 2 weeks from altitude transition. It happened to me when I was a kid in Montana. I was in Minnesota. I came back to Montana, and I had a bloody nose that I ended up having to go to the hospital over, because it wouldn't quit eating.
It happens to me, Sam, when I go to down to Las Vegas. When I moved down there, it really kicked my ass. When I came back, moving down there wasn't bad. It was moving back to Salt Lake.
Right.
Going back up, that really kicked my ass.
You get altitude.
It was like my blood. I had high blood pressure for the first 2 weeks of moving back, until your body kind of transitions to that. I get that a lot from people I pick up at the airport who've never been here before. Who tell me that they on the way here they got a nosebleed, and on the plane.
I got nosebleed when I
very-
came here
it's
because
very
it was a
common.
different altitude, and the toilets were going a different way, and the sink stuff went a different way, and I was like, they said, don't worry, even the water in your brain's going another way now because you've just come from the other hemisphere. And it took 33 freaking hours to get here in 3 airplanes.
Oh my gosh. How many hours, Jillian? 33?
33. I started traveling on the 23rd and only got here on the 24th.
That sounds brutal.
Yeah, it sounds like standby. You know?
It sounds brutal.
33 hours. One flight took 9 hours, and then I got an extra
Oh.
hour added on. When we went over the equator, the plane bounced and all the lights went out. It was quite
I've
interesting.
Yeah, I've never traveled by plane. The only time I've been in the air was in Las Vegas when I took that
Oh yeah, when we got over,
that trip over the Grand Canyon. I don't know, those helicopter tours. But I've never been on a commercial airliner. I've never done.
I got stranded in LAX on standby for 2 days.
Oh.
I
Oh,
ate Burger King straight for 2 days.
right?
Slept on the bench outside of Burger King at LAX.
Like, Burger
Yeah, my
King.
standby experience was in the Denver airport. That was fun.
Yeah, I hear that
Oh,
one.
that's
I hear that
a
one's pretty
scary
brutal.
place.
Yeah.
All the
I hear that.
murals and everything there. That's weird. And the big horse with the red glowing eyes out the front.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
well,
like
yeah.
when it happened, I didn't really know too much about it, you know. So not knowing and then going, I had like 20 hours I was there. And just being able to walk through the place, it's like, what is going on?
Well, have you seen the
on?
statue at Denver Airport? That big towering statue that looks literally like one of the gods or a demon. And by the way, you should see what's underneath Denver Airport.
Yeah.
Oh, they've got all.
Yeah,
sorts of
everybody,
stuff
anybody
down
wants
there.
you want a good conspiracy theory look, find out what was under, how construction started, and how long it took to make that place, and how important it is, and
They said the
you know,
same thing about Hoover Dam. Isn't there something under there?
yeah, that's an old
Ancient sites?
they
it's
found
an old
that Anunnaki
psyop
stuff in the Grand
CIA
Canyon, didn't they?
think tank thing underneath, under
Yeah.
Hoover, but a lot of underground stuff that we don't know about. Well,
They
you
don't
should,
want us to
I'll just say this briefly. You should see the installations at the border between Texas and Mexico.
Oh man.
I can
Partially
imagine.
in Mexican, partially it's directly right at the border, underground. And if I publicly told everybody what was going on there, you'd want to leave the planet.
It's not just one
If it's
level,
them.
it's multi-level.
Well, just so much shit has been going on for so long that I don't even dare begin. And they've been preparing for this since the 80s, you
decades.
guys. Since
Yeah.
the 80s, they've been preparing for what we're doing right now.
Yep.
And a
That's
lot of
why
it is
the,
not good.
That's why the Vatican built that telescope called
Right.
Lucifer.
I think there's a lot of people already down there.
Eloys and the Morlocks.
Yeah, I wouldn't be
Yeah, they're-
surprised if there's people already down there. The reason
Well,
why,
and I for years believed that some of these, God, here I'm going to step on out there on the edge here. I think that some of our missing children may have been taken and told that the Armageddon already occurred.
Well,
Tell
there
me
might
that
be-
we'll
yeah,
take you to a
well,
new
well,
planet
there might
and start
be-
again.
Well, there might be people.
Possible.
Yeah, there might be children down there. That way, they're adapted better to those conditions.
Well, imagine
Yeah.
living
Well,
in the
better than
dark.
some of us older folks.
I have been in one. I worked briefly on design for the apartments of homes for people. And so if you're ever in one and you find you're living in a round room, that's my baby.
I
was
couldn't
on
handle
board.
the claustrophobia down there. I don't think I
Yeah,
could do it.
the round rooms help with the claustrophobia. And
Round-
Because there's no
when you're
sharp
down there,
walls.
when you're down there and you know you're down there, they give you medication because it's an anti-anxiety medication, and everybody down there's on it. And they just hand it out like candy down there. And because the elevator ride is very long, and it's not comfortable. I've been in one, and wow,
Doesn't the pressure increase as you go down too?
it's uncomfortable. and you can feel it. You feel it in your stomach.
Mm.
You feel uncomfortable, and they medicate you for that.
Yeah, I couldn't handle that. I don't think I could handle that.
Oh, it's not.
My
It's not.
brother's room is down below ground, and there was a time where when he first moved to Las Vegas, I took over his bedroom. I didn't like it. I hated it. I ended up moving out of there probably a month in. I'm like, I'm not doing this. I hated it.
Yeah.
It just feels, I don't know, feels wrong. It just doesn't feel right.
Our opal fields here, they're all living underground out in Cooper Pedy. You go to Cooper Pedy and there's nothing. Only a couple of telephone poles and stuff, and you go, where is everyone? They're all underground.
Oh, are they living in the earthships, which they call earthship homes? They're buried underground.
Yeah. They've got hotels, they've got normal houses, they've got restaurants, they've got everything underground. Why?
You
Because
how cheap it is to you only have to warm up your house 20 degrees instead of 50. So it's way cheaper to live in what they call, it's called an earthship home. And you can build it out of tires and all kinds of wasted products and
aren't they doing that a lot in Australia now, where a lot of people are actually
New Mexico,
building underground because it's getting so hot in some areas that the people are starting to build underground. I think the Hobbit houses, those are perfect. That's what I would do, is just have the top of my house maybe clear to where I could get some sunshine in, but that would be a great way to build, actually.
If a tornado goes by,
I would be able to do that. But to be completely covered by the earth, I don't know. That would really mess with me.
Well, we only have to look at our Parliament House. That's got grass up the sides and up the top to keep it cool.
There you go. That's what I'm talking about right there. That I can do.
Yeah. And then you've got shopping centres that have got open gardens on the top of their roofs.
Skylight.
Yeah. That's what I would do, was use that as a skylight.
In a dome, and a rounded dome, and that round shape is huge.
Yes, I would have to be able to see outside, Michelle. Like I could do where most of my house is underground, but I would have to have that view of outside and sun and stars and all that.
So it'd be like on the moon with all the other little glass domes up there. I didn't say that.
Yeah, notice they're finally starting to talk about the backside of the moon and that big ass hole.
Yeah.
And, in remote viewing, we found that back in 1980.
Wow.
Yep.
That was the first thing that my team ran into. And they were giving us targets. And meanwhile, we're finding that there's more. Because we were supposed to only look at Russia. And then all of a sudden, we started noticing that there was more, shall we say, thought process involved in there were more minds that were of our ability that were popping into our spectrum. That was weird.
You also say
and the whole thing about remote viewing is, excuse me, that you blurred out.
I said, didn't you also say you had times where they would resist you and send you back?
When you run into other, when you run into higher entities, they'll shut you down or scare the shit out of you. And that's we discovered there was a base on the moon, or at least I did. I had a conversation with a couple of people. We weren't supposed to do that, but we did anyway. And we turned our work in, but they never ever told us whether we were right or not. But then when I started doing the internet,
I would have hated that. That's horrible. That's horrible.
So that's all you got
information only goes up, not down. And they never corrected us. Never told us if we were right or wrong.
Something that I don't know the outcome of what I'm working on. That would really drive me nuts.
It does. It bothers you.
How do you
expect they redact everything, and I got in trouble. I think at one point in time for not allowing them to redact, and I shared information and I got yelled at. With those conversations that you're not supposed to have amongst each other in the project room. But anyway, when I started doing internet and talking to people around the world, and then I found that I was getting this information through not intentionally, because you don't have to intentionally remote view. If you're good, it just happens. It just comes to you, like the meatballs last week, Jesus. I'm still chuckling about that one.
Yeah,
And-
yeah. No, I knew it was gonna happen eventually, Sam. I knew you were gonna do that eventually, but
Is that right now, Gillian?
kind of caught me
Yes,
off
it is.
guard there. I'm like, I'm eating meatballs.
I kept bothering me. It's like, why am I smelling meatballs? Why am I smelling meatballs? There's no meatballs in
And
this.
they were more like meat triangles, but I think
Beautiful.
Well,
think
it
you
was the
got it.
smell of hamburger and
yeah,
and
exactly.
meatball.
Well, they were meatballs. They're
Amazing.
just they
Yeah.
weren't the perfect.
So and I didn't have
They were
I didn't have
definitely meatballs.
any way to correlate whether I was accurate or not. But then over the years now, I have highly become to trust my skills because I mean, but not only that, I mean, everybody that knows me personally knows that I'm weird and I say strange things that I shouldn't be able to know about. And I
You're not weird.
I don't intentionally do it, but sometimes I can be a little bit overly frank and say things that I think are normal that other people might take personally. If you catch my drift on that one, and I don't mean to
You're
insult
probably-
anyone ever, but yeah, I can be a pain in
You're
the ass.
probably one of the most informed people that we know of, Sam. So never think that.
Really, what am I? What do I know that you guys don't know? I mean, I thought you guys knew
You
everything.
know about the planets because you can see them in your mind. We
That's true.
can't. We've got to observe them from our own perspective.
Right? Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
Look, as I said to you before, I know hundreds of psychics, and all of them have varying different systems that they use and things that they can rely on. But again, I know which ones are frauds because they're the ones that go fishing. I can pick them a mile away, but the legitimate ones that do have the skills and have honed their crafts, some of them are mind-blowing. You know, I can see some of their skills, but they are nothing compared to what you can do. Nothing.
Well, you know, it used to be a game at parties. People would go, "Oh, hey, give Sam your car keys,"
Yeah.
and I can hold your car keys, and I can see huge chunks of your life.
Mm-hmm.
It flashed by me at 100 miles an hour,
Mm-hmm.
and I have to grab 10 pictures out of 50 and try and make a pattern out of that I can understand. And I'm semi-accurate, and sometimes I'm dead on, other times I'm absolutely wrong. But I mean,
And what is people's reactions when you tell them things like that? They're
Um,
aghast.
it scares. I have scared more people than I have amazed more people. I have had
Mhm.
people come back and went, "Oh my God, I didn't listen to you. I should have. You told me not to do this, and I did it anyway. And then now here it is 6 months later, and oh my God, you were right."
Mhm.
And I just know things that it's just common to me and just completely self-evident, and I don't know how, but there it is.
And
Go ahead.
I think that you've learned to hone into that and to kind of trust it.
Yeah, and it becomes
It's
trust.
it's one of the things that I learned a lot coming to Montana Skywatch is kind of just run with what your gut tells you. A lot of most of the things that, and I think Chris could probably agree, and Rebecca and Jillian and Sharon, a lot of the things that I videotape, that I time lapse, that I photograph, a lot of that, it's just something that tells me go outside and start recording, or just go outside and see what's happening.
You get that
A lot of times it happens, and I'm just looking, when I'm driving. But there's a lot of times that I'm inside of the house, and something just tells me go outside, and you just run with it, right? You just go
Right.
and you go outside, and then the most amazing thing happens, right?
Yeah.
I think you have learned to. You're on a higher level of that, where you've gotten so good at it that you
Your
just kind
senses
of
are so highly developed.
yes.
Is what you're trying to
That's
say.
what I'm trying to say. Yes.
Mhm.
I feel the cat walking behind me. I feel cars 5 miles away. I know when there's an airplane in the valley. I feel it. Go ahead.
And as
Chris,
a
you're
mum,
raising your hand. You
it's
want?
funny.
Yeah. I just
It's funny.
I just found out I have to leave. So
Oh,
we're only going to my wife's dad's house, so it takes like 10-15 minutes to get there. So I'll be back.
Okay.
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 Be
I'll
careful.
be back in
Raise yourself.
20 minutes.
Alrighty.
Look twice
Okay.
at the
Yeah,
intersection.
Yeah, if you guys are still there, I'll be back.
Wild
What I
pictures
used to
of the
do-
moon. I'm sure
Okay.
it's the moon. Sort of think
Yeah,
it's the moon.
Zeus. If you can hone your skills, you can do things. Because I used to do that with my kids. I used to be at the sink doing something with whatever it was, and my kids would come in and ask me a question. I wouldn't turn around to face them. They'd ask me a question, and if I didn't give them the answer they wanted, they used to screw their faces up. And I used to say to them all the time, "Don't you pull that face with me?" And they'd go, "How do you know?" And I go, "Because I've got eyes in the back of my head."
No, but it happens. You know what I've done, what I've become good at is so I deal with a lot of people at my job, and usually because I work late at night, usually a lot of them are drinking, but a lot of them are a little bit more in their sharing. I get a lot of people to tell me their life, their entire life story 5 minutes after they've met me. And I'm glad that I inspire that trust, but sometimes it's easy. Sometimes the energy that I feel when they get into my car, sometimes I could feel if they're sad, if they're happy, if there's something, and I'm rarely wrong. Like I can just sense that energy, and I'm like, I think this person needs to talk, or I think this person needs to be left alone, or I think this person, etc. And I'm typically not wrong.
Remember, it's all frequency.
During last week's show, I went out to cut pizza for the girls, and I'm sitting there, I'm cutting pizza, and all of a sudden, out of the blue, my brain goes to Minecraft, the game. If you've ever played Minecraft, building the blocks and all of that, the square people, the sheep, and all that. Yeah. So I'm cutting pizza, and all of a sudden, my brain goes to Minecraft, and I have no idea. And I said to Shallow, why am I thinking about Minecraft? She says, "Oh, we're playing that in the other room." They haven't played Minecraft in months. And yet, so there was no reason for me to think of that. But I was in the game, and she's standing next to me. And it's like, and I read her, and without even realizing it, and yet it completely overwhelmed my inner thought process. Why am I standing in Minecraft world? And I was dead right. And that was literally last week's show when I was cutting pizza. And it just, you just step into it. You don't search for it. It grabs you. And like the meatballs, or like, when I was talking to Jillian, I kept seeing that darn Christmas present on her front table. And I said, "What is that Christmas present?" And of course, that was years ago. And that was
what about those other people? What about those other people that say they walk out their apartment and they're all of a sudden, they've gone from 2015 or whatever year was, and they're back in the 1940s?
That's got to be weird.
Time warping. Have you ever heard of the time warping?
Well, I imagine there are, it's like spirits and stuff, where you have ghosts that cross the road regularly, Civil War soldiers. I really think there's eddies of time. I think there's energy levels that pass in events. I think that time is fluid. I think time is all around us.
I think we're connected. I think we're connected to other points in time. Kind of like that. And I've said it before, like that movie Constantine. Remember how he just kind of goes from his present world to like the afterworld or whatever. I think it's something like that. Like even with the people in our lives that pass away, I think there's still some kind of link there.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You're always connected to anything energy. That's protons.
What do they call that? Two atoms are tethered together. What is that?
Proton proximity, likeness, identification.
Yeah.
Harmonic. You guys having close contact with me can elevate your protons because of my harmonic, because I met a Pleiadian, and therefore if we're connected, which obviously we have been because I spend so much time with you guys, and I don't have to be there to connect to you because I'm there sitting next to you smelling your meatballs. And I get that. It's weird. And the most prominent awareness slap is all of a sudden I'll get this weird smell that I know is not connected to my home. And that happens all the time, every couple of times a day. And what's really weird is when people drive by my house and all of a sudden I'm taking a vacation to Las Vegas. Like, what? Oh, this guy must have, and there's no way for me to confirm that. because they're the guy that drove by. But
You kinda
that's
just
what happens all
access.
the time.
I mean, you kind of just access or get a peek into the
Yeah, I
memory.
get a piece of something that you go, where the hell did that come from? Oh my God, I'm looking at a magazine, staring at a an underwear commercial, and all of a sudden I'm thinking about going to Las Vegas on vacation. What? Where'd that come from? And that's the way it is. Even people that drive by me affect me.
I
And
used to have this
it
habit of being in the right place at the right time.
and you don't necessarily want that to happen either, because it
You
gets
just
confusing.
it's happened.
It's almost scary sometimes when, especially years ago when I was doing the bars or bartending, I would always know to look up at the door, and trouble is about to walk in the door, and I was always
Mhm.
right. I
You sense it.
always knew when the next asshole was about to walk into the building.
Yep.
And I would actually tap my friends on the shoulder and I said, hey, look at the door. Look at the door. This guy that's about to walk in, and they, go, what? The guy that's about to walk in with his girlfriend is going to get in a fight within 10 minutes. Watch. And I was never wrong. Or at lunchtime in high school, me and the guys, we'd all get in the car and we drive out in Ed Keeley's old 64 Nova. And I'd go, guys, turn the radio on. Led Zeppelin's on the radio. And they'd look at me, go, well, how do you know that? I said, turn the radio on. And they'd turn the radio on, and Led Zeppelin was on the radio. And how do I know that? It's just there.
Yep.
And
Again.
I think I think we need to learn to be more in touch with that, because I think it's something that we all
Everybody
We all have
think
it.
sometimes that these are just random thoughts, random glimpses and pictures in our head.
there's meaning behind it.
What I get pretty often is when I come, like, say, to an intersection or a railroad crossing or something, I get these glimpses in my head of sometimes not so nice things that
Right.
What
gets me is when people hand me money.
I used to think they were random, and I used to think that it was just maybe me being negative, thinking the worst case scenario. But for all I know, it could be something that horrific that happened at some point in time at that intersection or at the rail.
I'm to the point now where I don't even everywhere in public I wear gloves. I don't touch door handles anymore. I don't touch cash. I don't touch money, because when people lay money in my hand, all of a sudden I get the last guy that is
time is it?
evil.
3:33 a.m.
That's what I thought. And you're awake still.
I just
Yeah,
took
money
most
carries-
incredible pictures of the moon. Sorry, Sam. I was just
No,
listening
go ahead.
to
Go ahead.
what you
Money
said.
carries bad vibes.
Oh,
People's car keys carry vibes. Things that they touch.
Jewelry.
I occasionally, if I buy groceries, when I'm putting them away, I'll get a vibe from the guy that stocked them on the shelf. That's the
Amazing.
moon.
Well,
Still
there's,
so bright.
there's so much. We're connected. Everything. There's no empty space.
Amazing.
At all.
Gorgeous.
There's always something between me and this computer, and there's something there. There's no, whether it's energy, whether it's anything, there's always something there, and we are susceptible to these energies. You can feel
Well, you
it
have to realize.
when somebody walks in the door, when somebody gets into my car, when it's a measurable energy.
Yeah, it's always there too, and you just have to learn to trust yourself. And if you say that there's a separation, then you're limiting yourself, because there is no separation between anything, even the galaxies far, far away. All of this is connected to each other, and we talked about in previous shows about our genetic memory. Everybody from 2,000 years ago in my bloodline is still connected to me. And
we are our ancestors, and they are.
all of that's inside of all of us.
And we carry a lot of those memories in our DNA. Mm-hmm. It's why.
The places that you go to as well have a memory as well, a memory in the stones. If you touch them, and you come back. I mean, there was a place that we went to for one of the ninja camps, and when I came back from it, I would always have dreams, especially when I was really still hyped up and excited about something. So when I was discharging after those kind of events, I had one of those dreams where it felt like I was flying in like a hover device over this red earth many years ago when they were looking for something down inside the caverns that were inside this mountain. And it was a big upright mountain that they said had been there for 250,000 years unchanged. And that was part of the protection for Gordon's Bay and Betty's Bay in South Africa. But
mountains don't last that long. Mountains don't last 2 million years. They get washed away and re-risen.
250,000 years. That one.
Well, landscape changes every 75 years, guys. The mountains that were, it's funny, the granite in Montana, for instance, was at the bottom of the sea 250 million years ago, or even 60 million years ago. And so mountains don't last, and landscapes change, and they're currently worried about the movement of the North American plate and sort of a possible rebirth of the southern volcanoes, which is weird because it's supposed to be closed off. But who knows what's going on? I am again very interested in those underwater volcanoes off the coast of Vancouver and Washington and Oregon. Yeah, spooky.
That one's been in the news quite a bit.
A lot of people are freaking out about it.
Indonesia and Japan.
And Indonesia right now is just mega.
They're worried about Japan because it's gone so quiet. Everything else around it is blowing up, but Japan, it's sitting there bubbling away.
Their southwestern volcano just went off last week.
Yep.
So there's prophecy about that. Something happening off the coast of Japan by that Japanese manga lady who said
that's the southern pit plate boundary. That's the Indonesian,
not the northern.
Plate. That is really
the southern one. She's seen the two plates, the two dragons rise up.
Yeah, if that one goes, Japan is going to suffer, and they're really worried about it. And that's the Indonesian plate just to the south, by southwest of southern Japan. And then, of course, there's a western and an eastern plate as well. That's why they had that secondary quake after Fukushima tsunami quake. And that they're still upgrading that. They still think it was a 9.6, which is like, we've all forgotten that. And, God, I've watched every inch of tsunami footage, dozens of times, and it's like people, you have to realize that our Earth is really loaded for bear right now, and we could all.
She's beautiful.
If anything goes off.
She's beautiful and she's violent.
Yeah, I'm waiting for that other shoe to drop. I feel like something is really close between now and August.
You can feel it.
Yeah, between now and May. Again, the May 27th date is big. And then there's more. There's one in July, and then there's one in August. And I'm not trying to that's why I'm not throwing out the dates.
No.
But there's something brewing, really big. And I think they're trying to keep us distracted in many ways, not to even be ready for that. And again, Nostradamus, Baba Vanga, or whatever, talking about the 2025.
Casey, all of them.
Edgar Casey, yeah. They're all mentioning 2025. So
they said it was this year. And as you said, if we're right in the middle of the peak, if it's taken them 15 years to come here, and we're in the peak now, and it's going to take another 15 years for them to leave, imagine. We've already experienced the first 15 years of their arrival. What's the last 15 years of their departure?
I remember Earth 3036 is supposed to be, we're going to, get hit by this, unknown asteroid. And then they recently said, well, maybe it won't because it's changed. And oh God, you could wring their necks.
I don't listen to them. Anyway,
I stopped listening to NASA when we caught them in so many lies. It's like, and after the Bumblebee thing in the sound studio, in the stage, in the ISS stage, And I wonder what footage they're showing us live anymore, because I don't even watch it anymore. I gave up. I was just tired of being lied to. And then every time something really cool happens, they turn the camera off. You wait for hours, you watch it and watch it and watch it for something, and bang, you finally see something, and then they go blank. Okay, it is Ricola time again. Dry throat.
Cool.
First off, I hate people at age of Caligula. Why are we talking about Caligula, Sandy? One of the least favored Roman emperors. Oh. As I rub the pollen out of my eyes one more time.
Oh no.
What do you got for us, Rebecca? We're all gossiping about God only knows what.
Where it could wash that out of the air.
Uh-oh. Big yawn.
Right.
I almost heard what you had to say.
I was thinking maybe for rain to pick up your pollen tissue. Pollen. It wash it out of the air, right? Rain.
You're skipping out real bad.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. It's not important.
Okay, the pollen thing, you know.
Yeah, well, if it rained. I said if it rained.
Oh, yeah, that would be nice. That would be nice.
Yeah. It'd help you feel better, I would think.
I could, go in the bathroom and you take a clean washcloth to my eyes, good cold. If you put cold water on your eyes, it helps a lot.
Yeah.
Wash all the crap out of your eyelashes.
Ouch. Rough.
Yeah, wow.
What else do we have? Well, I mean, that's what I was just going through, seeing where we were at. Like, we've covered quite a bit. But, oh yeah, I wanted to show you this. This is short. I just saw this video on TikTok, and I'm like, wow, that is so cool looking. Look at this.
Okay, I always love to see new stuff. Oh, that's easy. That is a Saturn's yellow moon.
Short. Yeah.
That is a Saturn's yellow moon right now. We're going to see a lot of her. And look at everybody's outside looking at it.
Yeah.
Look where the light is coming from. That is a Saturn's yellow moon. Very big, very bubbly.
Yeah.
And this is what Jesus was talking about last week, where, this is Saturn, the red destroyer. And look at that. That is her moon. It could be a Saturn, but I think that's a Saturn's yellow moon.
Yeah.
And look at the color.
Yeah, it's pretty.
And it's huge. And
even the color on the pavement and such, how yellow.
Yellow.
And orangish,
And look how diffused the light is. This is obviously just right before sunset.
Yeah.
Yep, and this is to the right of the sun at sunset, and we're probably looking north, probably due north, and this is a Saturn's yellow moon. And we've been seeing pictures of this for a month or so now, and everybody just automatically associates it as normal clouds. But look at that rounded edge.
Yeah, look at that thing.
This is the close pass, and Atu's moon did it too. But this is cool. God, what a shot! Save this video, people. Download it. This is quite real. This is a planet, you guys. It's actually a moon of a planet. And God knows what she's going to do this year with close passes of a Saturn's yellow moon and a Saturn. And that was a really good point that Jesus brought up last week. I hadn't even thought of that. Like, oh God, what is it going to do? Yeah, I am rubbing green stuff out of my eyes like crazy. Well, not green stuff, but balling and crud out of my eyes. That's what I get for opening the windows.
And then on TikTok sent me a copy of this, and I haven't really watched it myself yet, so I don't know what to expect.
The moon. Is this just a shot or a video?
It's supposed to be moving. So,
Okay, I only saw one picture. Now that
I don't know. Maybe it's.
left.
Let me speed it up.
Ned
a little
left
bit.
eye.
There. I think this is that. There's something in the.
Yeah. People at nighttime, we are going to start seeing the planets. So, after sunset, a couple times a night, go outside, look around. That could
You think that's
easily
a
be the Pan asteroid, or that could
asteroid?
even be the Skull asteroid.
Yeah.
That kind of looked like the Skull asteroid.
Did you get those moon pictures I just sent you?
To me?
Yeah.
No, I have not. I didn't know you did that. Okay. I don't really. I think that's all that really stood out to me
Okay.
in this video. I didn't.
Yeah, it's one of the asteroids, and that could easily be Atu's moon at night, just like Jesus is
Yeah.
captured. And yeah, look at that. That's way too big to be the moon. It does kind of look like the moon, but it's way, unless they're, down south of me. I'd love to know where it was coming from. Yeah.
Okay, well,
Now we're going to see the planets at night before you know it, regularly. Oh, the Dark Knight satellite. Yeah. Ash Puddin'. It's been around forever. It sits up there and watches Earth. It's far enough away. There are a lot of new ships that look very much like the Dark Knight satellite, and people have been cross-referencing that as that. And I talked to somebody this week about that as well. That it looked like the Dark Knight satellite, but it's a newer ship, and the Dark Knight satellite has not come out of orbit to enter Earth atmosphere. It's still way up there in the same place that it's been for 50 years now, 70 years. It's been around there forever. And it's probably a space station, that sits off, in the distance, and we've known about it forever. It could even be a ship where the occupants are dead. They've been there so long, we don't know. But I doubt that. But there's multiple factions up there right now, running around and flying their ships all over the place, and we've seen, the Imperial probe droids and all that other crap flying around. And I can't wait to find out what's on that video on my page and find out what's inside these. Of course, they're going at lizards. And it's like the moment that their credibility goes out the window right there on the spot, the moment they start talking about Dracos and the lizard race. And you cannot have prejudice toward any particular race because we don't know. You don't know if they're good guys or bad guys, so don't jump there. I think the lizard race is getting a bad rap on this planet. And the shape-shifting Dracos, blah, blah, blah. We don't know that. And from what I understand, they're the lesser of two evils. So there's more to that, but I don't want to go into detail. Yeah, I saw some top secret footage stuff from NASA this week, and I'm watching these guys talk and tell their story, and I just stand there, shake my head, going, "Oh man, if half of what you say is true and the other half is bullshit, scary." Maybe they're right, maybe they're wrong. It's just not the same version that I heard. Pandora's box with that question. Which one? S. Colette. Dark Knight satellite. Okay, all right. Yeah, there's lots of new ships up there in the last 6 months also that we'd never seen before, and we're starting to get a catalog of them. And I need to add a new file and start saving them all in one file. Yeah, Dark Knight satellite's been here for 75 years.
Hasn't it been here for a long time?
Yeah, we have interaction with aliens in public with our governments all the way going back to 1947 and before, I'm sure. And the Incan and Aztec had direct contact with aliens, and they weren't the Nibiru Anunnaki. They were different, higher races. They directly mention in in the Incan and Aztec writings actually mention Pleiades, which is where they got their math from and where they got their stellar cartography from. There's no other way they could have that.
There's Jillian's moon.
Yeah, and they're even calling this phase of the moon a new stage. And I saw that printed somewhere on Newsfeed, and I just laughed and moved on. She got her coffee.
Mm-hmm. And my Vegemite toast.
No, I did not smell any popcorn, but I was smelling something fruity and weird a little while ago when I walked out of the room.
Vegemite toast?
Oh, gross. I don't know how you eat that. You were just raised with it.
It's an acquired
thing.
taste.
Yeah, it's an
It's
acquired
the thing. People eat smelly tofu and horrible whatever
Oh,
fermented
God, smelly
beans.
tofu. Oh, my God.
No.
I watched a video on that like a week ago, and these guys are puking. I mean, they opened up that container, and they're just ralphing on it. I love it when these people lose it.
It's like your Norwegian fish.
Yeah, the surströmming.
Mm.
Yeah, and rotten shark that the Swedes eat, or the whoever, the Scandinavians eat.
This is nothing compared to that.
Oh yeah, well we talked about that before, where I was eating pickled herring as a child, and your average person would not want to eat that, and yet I was raised on it.
Germans love it.
I don't like it, but I can eat it.
Pickled what, Sam?
Pickled herring.
No idea what that is.
It's fish that's been treated in a vinegar solution.
Okay, fish, no thank you.
And the Dutch live on it.
They call them roll mops. Roll mops. The Germans love it too.
Yeah.
But then I wouldn't eat anything that came out of Asians. I wouldn't be eating tarantulas, thank you.
Oh yeah, they in Asia they eat things that are still crawling and living. Those eel worm things. They eat them while they're alive. What is it? Gok from Klingons? Yeah. Or they hand you a squid in a cup of water, and then you hold it upside down, and you have to pull it out of the cup of water before it squirts ink on you, and then bite its head off.
That's it.
And it's alive.
No.
And then in Japan they have the puffer fish.
Yeah.
Certain people are allowed to actually prepare puffer fish.
Right, and if it's not prepared by an official guy with a license, you could die. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. I'll pass. Well, we talked about this in many shows. I mean, it might even have been previous other shows where, there's an entire industry that salvages sewer grease.
Yeah, China.
Yeah, in China. And in the industry where people crawl around in the sewers and they collect the grease off the side of the sewers, and they boil it down, filter it through a t-shirt, and then sell it back to the restaurant.
No thanks. No thank you.
Yeah.
And look at how some of the food is prepared in India. Dirty floors with their feet. No thank you.
Yeah.
No thank you.
Well, now remember, what about desert beer or desert alcohol? The women.
I've seen them make bamboo alcohol where they
the
actually
women chew
inject it with
stuff and then
alcohol.
they spit into the container, and that's the fermentation process.
That's the same as ayahuasca.
I mean, spit alcohol. Thank you. I'll pass.
Hey,
We do the
we
same
don't
with
have to go that. We don't have to get too complicated. Just we recycle our own crap water. I cannot process that. Every time I think about it, I just can't process that in my head. I'm like, why? Why? I just don't. I can't even begin to wrap my mind around that one.
Oh well, yeah. If you're on a major heavy antibiotic regimen, they actually will put a tube down your stomach and reintroduce fecal material.
Yes.
And I hear that does wonders for people, though.
Well, it rebalances their flora, their natural flora.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we're getting gross. We're getting when I get grossed out, we're really over the edge.
DJ,
Have you had
it
pizza
doesn't
yet?
get any more disgusting than those India street food videos. I can't. I can't. It is so bad. It is so
You
bad.
know what makes me laugh, Jesus? I'll have to say it. Anal bleaching.
Oh,
That
Jesus.
cracks me up.
we are some weird human beings. We do some weird shit. We really
Bleaching
do.
what?
Especially in the name of beauty. I mean, there's this orange man that walks around thinking he looks beautiful orange.
And yet he misses all the important bits.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
and the rings around his eyes.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine what the rest of the world thinks when that idiot walks into the room with his paint, and you can clearly see that he's not even doing it well.
How can you take
I
someone
hate his
seriously?
expressions.
Like, how can you take somebody that thinks he looks good dressed in orange?
Well, have you guys seen our dear? I got to say this: our dear vice president and his mascara.
Oh Jesus! Yeah.
I mean, this guy wears mascara. Jesus Christ, what are you? Of course, the guy that has sex with his couch. So yeah, I gotta quit. I gotta quit. I gotta quit.
Gosh.
You know, there's no end in weird. There's no shortage of weird. There isn't. You know, when I moved to Las Vegas, I realized that we're all a little weird in our own way, but some people take advantage of the right.
Yeah,
They really do. We have become such strange species.
yeah. Just go hang out at Hollywood for a while, and meet 8 different Spider-Man walking around.
Hollyweird. I call that Hollyweird.
Just go hanging out with the LBGQ community for a little while.
Yeah, those are some strange folks. And then don't forget the goth community. And wow.
We've got a medieval fair next weekend, so that's where I'll be.
Yeah, the SCA people. I love the SCA people. Society
Steampunk,
for Creative
medieval,
Anachronisms.
What is SCA?
Society for Creative Anachronisms. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, but
Do you know what an anachronism is? Jesus?
What's that? Do I know what?
Sorry.
she's chewing. Give her a moment to chew.
I said, do you know what an acronym is?
Isn't it like it's not a synonym? Yeah, it's a abbreviation, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but what is it? What,
Well,
what
the
Can you
people that dress
There I
are-
ask, what is it? What does it stand
Can
for?
you imagine a society full of them? Oh my God.
Well, there's a bunch of people that get dressed up in medieval costumes, and they go to
True.
Comic-Con, and they get all of their space gear, and the space people.
Aliens.
When I went to Phenomicon, I've never been to a convention. It was my first one, and there was a costume night, and it was as fun as it was weird. I'm not gonna lie, it was a little weird, but I had fun with it. But there was some instances where I was like, "Geez, this is a little weird even for me."
Years ago, I made armor that I spent several $1,000s just making the suit of armor, and it was leather armor. And right now, I wish I had it right now, but I don't. I got rid of it because it was hard to transport, and it weighed about 30 pounds. And you couldn't hang it on the hanger, and it would actually break your closet hanger.
My daughter
and
every year would ask me to
they're
make her a
very into
costume.
it.
Every year.
There's people that are there's people that make swords for a living. The Connecticut, I think is where is it Maryland? Anyway, there's some really great sword companies out there that are making full length swords. I have a few of them. I have a fantasy barbarian sword. I have a homemade sword that I made out of it's out of a Spanish blade, and then I also have a katana and a ushigi, samurai swords, and that's less than I used to have. I used to have a bunch of swords. I want a Roman short sword. I really do. I don't have one, but it's a bunch of money you throw away to nothing. Then it hangs on your wall and rusts. No, I had to have that fantasy barbarian sword, and that damn thing's so heavy you wouldn't believe. Can't do anything with it. It's too big to play around with. Yeah, I haven't checked it in a while. It's probably rusty as hell by now. Yeah, sure. Then I'll have a sword. Watch.
probably run out of batteries. Okay. How about some Star Wars?
Yeah, the lightsaber. That's one of the ones where you stand out. Yeah.
That's Landau. Landau
Yeah, my internet.
Calrissian. That's his one.
There you go.
There,
Yeah,
I
we got all that
it.
stuff.
I got it.
Cool, without all the cloud.
Yeah.
Now look at the face of the moon, Gillian. It doesn't look like it's got the rabbit. We call it the rabbit here. We have a rabbit jumping over a fox or whatever the Japanese
the
one
paw.
is.
It's not there.
No, it's all changed. It's all upside down for some reason. Or sideways? Yeah, sideways.
Yeah, well, that's how I took its picture now, and that's it, the right side up that I took it.
Yeah, it's changed. It should be that way, from what I can see. Anyway, definitely different. And bright. Why so yellow?
The sun's coming up from the left, I would imagine.
Have you still got light outside too?
It didn't get dark.
It hasn't got
light
dark at
now.
all.
Not
Gosh.
much.
At 3 a.m. in the morning, your sun will be coming up in a minute, won't it?
It's 4 a.m. now, and it's already bright. It's already
Yeah.
bright.
Gosh. So you've got the longer days, we've got the shorter days. Our days are about 7 hours worth of sunlight now. 7, 8.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, keep an eye on all of that stuff that's supposed to be and isn't anymore. And years ago when Nibiru first got here, people were freaked out because it was light illuminated in the northwest sky until midnight up here in Montana. And everybody goes, "Oh, look how light it is." I was, yeah, because the sun's shining on the bottom of a big planet right there, and nobody listened to me.
No, that's the worst part when they don't listen. And yet people have got so much to say. What's next, Rebecca?
Well, let's see. Where did we leave off here? Oh, I heard somebody injure. Hey, Chris is back. Cool. Welcome back, Chris. He made it back. Wow.
Change your shirt again.
He is back.
Wardrobe malfunction or wardrobe change.
Yeah.
You're on mute, Christopher. We can't hear you.
I'm back.
Can't hear you.
All right, good.
It's getting
That
dark
didn't
there
take very
already.
Yeah.
It's weird. It's
Yeah, it was
still
cool,
light
Sam.
here.
Pretty sure we saw the you know how we saw the faceplate earlier?
Yeah.
It moved like to pretty much it was in the northwest. It moved all the way to like the north. And it just I took pictures of it. It's really cool. It
Cool,
makes
cool.
this like
I can't wait
huge
to see it.
horseshoe looking thing. It's awesome. I'll
Cool,
post it in
cool.
a little bit.
Yeah, I'm surprised it's kind of dark there because I just looked out the window and it's still fully light here.
Yeah, I think it's from the dust.
I was gonna say.
Did that travel up there too, where that your parents-in-law are? The dust?
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you feel
Yeah,
it on
it
your
just
skin?
Came out of nowhere. Yeah. Oh yeah. It's
it
not
is
fun.
starting to get dark out.
Mm.
I re-looked the second time and it's like, oh, it's a little grayer out there than I first thought when I just walked out there. I just had to go get my asthma inhaler.
It's still going
for
at
the breath
7
here.
hours 20.
You know,
Still going
Oh.
strong.
my ears are ringing. Woo! Yeah, that just kicked in. Wow. I wonder about that too, where all of a sudden you're just one of your ears just goes pee, and I've been having that happen a lot
Oh, I
lately.
hate that.
And I'm wondering if that's planetary as well.
I don't know. I have my psychic friends telling me there's somebody trying to tell you something, and I go, well, I wish they'd be more audible.
Yeah,
just-
write it down. Mail me a letter.
Yeah,
Yeah.
There's an easier way to communicate.
Oh my God. There are times that I just wish I'd have more information. Then I catch myself and go, wait a minute, I don't want to know anymore. I already know too much. Please no.
So, is there anything else to watch?
Yeah, if you want me to, I have a short video of some pictures from Petty Vasco.
Oh,
Our
cool.
friend Petty in Hungary.
Yep.
So let me get
Oh,
that.
Yeah,
short.
I will have to go to bed soon, I expect. But I mean, we're nearly at the finish line,
I
aren't
mean,
we?
you look pretty wide awake, Jillian. Considering this is way
For
past.
somebody that missed an entire night of sleep.
Yeah,
My
been
dogs
up
are
all
lying
night.
tits up under the
I
table
think
here.
your holiday has sat well with you.
Oh, if only you knew, Jesus.
So,
If only
yeah.
you knew. Oh my
Got 3
God.
more hours.
It's
3
been a
more hours
very,
to go,
very,
Jillian.
What's
been a
that?
very active week for you, hasn't it, Gillian?
Yeah, we won't go there, will we, Sharon?
No, it's been crazy.
2 more.
Absolutely mental.
I can't imagine.
Stop bunking on your brother, you perv.
I can tell she's trying to. She wants to stay here till the end.
You're doing
But
great,
this is
Jillian.
extra short. This
Right.
is,
You
this
know
is
you're
short.
tired
It's
when
only
you get
5
people.
minutes. 5
Yeah.
minutes. 5 minutes. This is a short video. It's just a slideshow of some of his submissions.
Yeah, I hadn't seen his work. He's been gone for a little while, and now he's back.
Good. Glad to have you back.
Yeah, I'm looking at the date. It is the 10th or let me blow this
16th.
up.
16th of
16th.
the 5th.
I think
Okay.
Hey.
Yeah,
So
Yeah.
start with
yesterday.
the most
Wow.
recent and then work your way back.
yeah. Look at that.
I've seen it too. Look at that little bubble next to
Oh,
the
wow.
sun. Hello.
Look at
Yep.
Matim. Is that Matim?
Well, that's the one I've been thinking is Mary Moon.
Okay.
Ah.
Isn't that
Because
a
I've been
sun?
seeing that a bit.
Which is in front of Matim.
Isn't
Right.
that the sun?
I
Good.
thought it was a lens flare.
Well, there is a lens flare as well, but
But there's a
Yeah.
bubbling of it too. Bummer. So it's obviously a lens flare. And that
Oh,
one is
that
double.
looks like Attu's moon really bad.
Rebecca,
Look at
will you
the-
put on the email for pictures for Sam for I Love Blackberry? Is asking if Facebook is
Skype
going
is
to
one.
send pictures and videos. You could post on the Beer Followers Anonymous, but if you want to send in pictures to put on the show, this will probably be better for you.
That's Satim's Yellow Moon, big time. Look at the
Yeah,
size of that.
huge. Look how big they are.
Yeah, in the last week, Satim has gotten way bigger.
I
And
agree.
that one picture where we were seeing the yellow moon in the people's yard, and they're transitioning faster. They're smaller and they get big, and they're coming at us way quicker than they used to because they're very close now. So the movement has even changed. How fast they're moving has changed. It's weird. Yeah, look at that yellowing.
See these colors at sunset? The reason why you're getting these colors, guys, is because you see how it's lit up on the side, kind of like on the bottom. It's because you have light working its way underneath that planet and just lighting up the bottom. Here we go. We got this glow. I've been seeing this a lot right around this time after sunset. This glow.
has the stripy
it's
effect,
just
too.
spectacular. Wow.
There's
Look at
that
his
black
lamp.
dot.
Yeah, the great black dot.
Red.
In this case, it's red, but this is the black dot again. Wonder what that is, people. That would be the Empire Orb.
See?
Yep, smack bang there.
And this is the long. That's a trail off the long box or yellow moon. But again,
that
that blue
blue
is the yellow moon and lead asteroid and its atom. Now this one, yeah, boy, look at that.
Where's the skull hiding lately?
It's of course always between Attu and Uri, so therefore it is in the middle, front to the left of Uri.
I swear I saw it this morning, giving a big grin.
Look at that. This is
Yeah,
a perfect
sometimes it's
example, guys.
concealed.
a
Sometimes
perfect
it's
example.
concealed and then it's there.
Go ahead. Sorry.
It's true
Perfect
though.
example of what to look for, guys, right here, and how
Yeah.
easily
That
you
too.
can miss.
That big
Wow.
Atu, and that is wow. Look at that. See, where's the light
Sky
coming
fillers.
from?
Is that Atu's moon and Atu again?
Yeah.
They're sky fillers.
And
Like Sam's
this,
drawing.
I'm gonna
It's
scream the side edge of Nibiru because look where it is. It's on.
Cool.
It's on the right hand side of the sun, being beyond us on the left. So this has got to be inside of Nibiru.
Hey, great.
Well, you said we might be seeing the moons in Nibiru, so even in mine.
Yeah, I'm amazed we haven't seen them. Maybe we haven't.
I've been seeing two smaller. I hate using the word orbs, but they say two circular shapes that don't really seem familiar. I was thinking maybe one of the extra ones of Saturn's, but
Yeah.
it could be a Malsaru. I don't know, but
Do we have pictures of a Malsaru and Nana, or
What's that?
We didn't really see them on the pass this time because Isatum was in front of them all the time. And last time it wasn't. Well, look at that.
Look at that. You can see the surface.
The light is coming from the far right. So that has got to be Atu's moon, and Atu has to be.
Golly, they're right in our face just now, Atu and its moon.
Yeah, God, I wonder if Yuri is rising above from where he's at. That is weird. That could be the ion trail between Yuri and Atu right there. That white out.
January 14.
January. Okay, that makes a difference. Wow. January. Earth's a brain. What was going on in January? Yeah, that's Yuri. Very large Yuri rising up in January.
Oh, look, yeah, well, you can see that's Yuri there because the stripes are on it. Look.
Yep.
It says January 1st at
I think it's
9:15
time to
a.m.
start looking for some property in Hungary.
Yeah.
Right.
Look at it. Oh,
Check and see
God.
if they're higher up than me.
They're a little volatile earthquake-wise
Yeah.
right now.
yeah.
That little
Like
land
all
bridge
them nasty
between
floods.
Istanbul and all of that
look.
is moving.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah,
February
that's
9th at
definitely
at
Atu's moon.
3:15
Nice.
p.m.
Oh, look at that.
February. Yep. Yeah,
February
look
9th,
at that's purple Atu, absolutely sitting in front of
Oh,
you.
that's so cool.
Great.
Look at that. Beautiful.
Yeah, tell me that's not a planet, people.
Somebody take a screenshot, please. Oh, look, it's got its moon in front. Oh.
See how the ball. See, guys, if it was just like an anomaly, a cloud anomaly, whatever, it wouldn't hold its shape, right? But
And it
it
wouldn't
holds
be
its
long.
circular
It was
shape.
longer than
It even gets bigger as it gets closer, but that circular shape is still there. A cloud is steam. It's gas. It's not solid. There's no way a cloud can do that. Like there's no way
Look
a
at the
cloud
spot
can
on the
make a
sun.
perfect circle, let alone hold it for hours at a time. There's just no way. And if you think that's possible, maybe you need to go back and do your homework and know that what clouds are, because clouds won't do that. They just can't.
How many
You
new
remember
names did they
that
come up
early
with?
Yuri photograph?
20-some.
The early Yuri photograph in about 2014 or 2013, and we see the face of Yuri. We see the stripes,
says-
it's always the same stripes. And then you go all the way up to 2024, 2025, and the exact same stripes are on that. So, and it's like 10 times as big. So
April 5,
you
April
can't make
9.
this shit up. It's real.
Not at all.
April 9,
March
7:30 a.m.
It's such an awesome feeling when you realize, when you actually let yourself realize, oh my God, this is real. Look at that.
Yep.
It's
Giving
awesome.
me the itchy eyes now.
That's
Oh my
the yellow
gosh.
moon, and the lead asteroid is smaller back then.
April
And that's when it
9,
was still going from
827.
left to right.
Once you get over the disbelief, Chris, once you allow yourself to just accept this, because it's
We'll
crazy.
put to
Like,
bed.
you
Oh,
have
look at the colours in that.
like making that distinction,
more.
crossing that line between this shit is batshit crazy, but it's really happening.
It is March
It's not
12.
something that everybody apparently can do. But if you can get past that, get past what we think we know and what we've been taught our entire
Yeah, that's
lives,
Atu moon and
accept
Atu
things for
and
what they
Uri.
are, shit is absolutely bananas. It's just freaking insane. But
It is. It's crazy.
16.
it is so crazy, but it doesn't take away from the fact that it's real and it's actually
Yeah, look at that.
happening.
That's the side edge of Uri right there. That it's kind of masked partially, but that whole dark blue thing in the corner on the left is the side of Uri, people.
There's a curve right there.
Yeah, you can see the curve.
March 16, 9:30 a.m. See, look how high the sun is in 9:30 their time. Whereas 9:30 my time, it's still just trying to come up over the horizon.
Right, here too. Of course, he's closer to the equator than we are.
Of course.
That's right.
And they're going into summer too. What's that? March 16, 9:30.
Boy, that's quite the thing.
Started. Yeah. I just, yeah.
And notice the real cumulus nimbus clouds here. They're the tiny little things on the edge of the horizon there. And everything else above is completely different clouds, people. They're way farther back. You're looking at the bottom of Uri right there. No, wait a minute.
And they're higher up too.
No, that's the edge of Nibiru.
Yeah, a picture of was it your mom that you posted, Chris?
Yeah.
So those clouds, you could tell they're not in our atmosphere. They're not part of our atmosphere. Those things are way out there. They're completely separate of us. And it's crazy how there's something that there's a towel there where you could I think you mentioned in one of your videos, so you could tell how it's not in our atmosphere.
Right.
But I find that so cute, so interesting sometimes that it's so close, but at the same time it really
So far
blends
away.
in. Like it could be our clouds, but they're not. That part of it really messed with me for a long time.
In 2017 and 18, when Uri came toward, or 16, 17, Uri came toward us, got bigger, and then went over to the right-hand side. That was weird. And then it came right up in our faces, Uri and Atu, and that's barely when we barely even knew about Atu.
That's when I started was Uri and Atu. It was,
And they were
Uri
coming in
right
from the right, and then they went to the left again. And the process on that, when you could see the cumulus nimbus clouds at the horizon, and then there was massive sky filler going all the way upside of Uri in weather progressions we'd never seen the like of. Ever since 2018, the majority of our sky completely changed, way from what was even remotely normal all the way back to 2015. And then before that was another scenario when the smaller planets were coming in. Then we actually had normal skies up to a point, but if you looked over there, well, there's the planets, and that was the abnormal. But then over 2018, 2019, the whole ball game changed. They all got so huge that it was just mind-boggling at the size difference. And I would go, look, our normal cumulus nimbus here are here. Look at the lower horizon, and everything else way back there, going all the way filling up the sky, is not our normal clouds. And people just couldn't bite into that. And then it went over to the left.
Well, you can tell because
I just sent you a messenger text.
To whom?
If you
Yeah,
videotape
messenger.
if you videotape it, you can tell that they move independently. The Earth
And rotate.
from those clouds. You can tell that there's a disconnect where they're not moving with us; they're moving separately from us. I've seen this in Planet X Hunters videos. I've seen them in my own videos. I've seen them in Chris's videos and everybody's videos. Like you can just tell. And once you train your eyes to that, it will just pop right at you. It'll just pop out, and they won't even. It'll just become like second nature to just notice these things. So, and be careful, be careful. I love blackberries. I've had
So this
to
is a
learn
container.
to balance my. I drive for a living, and sometimes you're right. It's really hard to kind of stay focused, but be careful. Please be careful out there. Always
I did this this morning.
Always park before you take pictures.
Oh, look at this.
If you have a handheld camera like I do, you know. But I still don't recommend it. Just be very careful when you're driving out there, guys.
Oh, look, real stars.
Yeah.
It's been so
Amazing.
long since I've seen real stars up there.
Oh.
It's man, you know, Montana.
Yeah,
we're
said,
supposed to
Rodney said it's refreshing to see regular clouds. It is. It really is, Rodney. It really is. That's what I thought when you sent that to me, Sharon, recently. I'm like, oh shit, normal skies. I remember those.
It says it's final approaching Port Colombo. Captain and harbour pilot safely bringing the ship to berth in real time.
Wow.
This usually takes about an hour. And on a cruise ship, it's the same.
Yeah.
Usually
Wow.
have a pilot that comes in. Geez, they get the containers off immediately. 13 hours to take all the cargo off. Wow.
Right, the spiraling planet up to the left there.
Right.
I was going to say, what's that going
Well,
past?
you know, those ships are not as full as they used to be. What's coming over? There have been very few shipping containers coming our direction. And by the way, if you're thinking about Christmas for your kids, now would be the time to buy it.
Oh man.
Yeah, because there's going to be delays.
Yeah, if even
Right.
availability. And so, you know, do not even attempt to buy the number one toy this year. Don't even bother.
Get them something crafty, something they
Yeah.
can build.
Something, you know, they can wear. Clothes, everybody hates clothes, but I mean, clothes are even, you know, because those clothes are being made in Vietnam and Malaysia and Indonesia and
Bangladesh.
Taiwan and China. And all of that is going to be, we're going to run low on everything, people.
Yep.
Like, again, to Steve Irish, you couldn't buy socks, you couldn't buy T-shirts.
Awful. You know, I think a great Christmas gift would be, you know, print out all of the last year of Sam's, you know, monthly side drawings, laminate them. Perfect Christmas gift.
When are we putting it into a book? When are we going to put them in a colouring book?
Yeah,
There you
that
go.
too.
A laminate book, like clipboards for sky watchers. Must have.
Oh, I know Rebecca's working on a website.
Wow.
Now, guys, not
awesome.
everybody's as interested as we are.
Building
and
a
I know.
website. That's it.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Yeah.
And that itself has a lot of work. It's not something you can just do in 2 minutes, is it, Rebecca?
No, it's not. And then you gotta like learn the hard way on stuff and go back and start over, and then you don't like it, and then you gotta start over. No, you know what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like,
If you're like me,
yeah,
you're
it's nice
perfectionist, it's
because
like,
I can.
I don't like it.
Yeah.
Start again.
But it's nice that you know. I mean, I can just keep it once I get it done. You know, then I can keep it updated. You know, with new relevant.
Right. That's
stuff
how that's how I felt with the Facebook group, you know.
Yeah.
I didn't want to, you know, let everybody start coming into it, and then I'm like, it's just, it can be changed later, right? So just
Right,
turn it on.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But a website's a lot different, I would imagine.
Yes.
Well, you have different variability on a website. Like
Yeah, I'd
this,
want
we
that to
can
be,
do
like,
live
perfect.
and all the rest of it. But think of all the things that Rebecca can put on her own website, not just movie clips and photographs. She can put up literature. She can put up book reviews. She can put up anything.
Yeah.
Anything.
Anything. There's so much
Right.
freedom with a website.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. So, and it's
Yeah,
paid
and
up
there's
Yeah,
not
for
going to be
Anna,
any,
right there.
years. I mean, it's all good.
no sense.
Look at that. See that rotating planet right there?
It says the ship's heading towards Singapore.
Rebecca, I sent you a couple of things. It's just a short
Okay.
clip
Look at that.
and a picture of Atti's Moon from 2018 that I wanted to share whenever you get
Okay.
a chance. None of this is new what I sent you, but it is interesting that I wanted to discuss one of the videos and
3 layers gone. 4
an
layers
old
gone.
picture from 2018 of Atti's Moon that I rarely share, so it'd be nice to put that
2
up there.
layers.
Oh, and
3
that's such a
layers.
good. I love that era when Attu's moon was so unbelievably huge over the top of us.
So
was
I'm
insane.
so glad I caught that. I don't mean to rub this in, Chris, but
Yeah,
So
I
I've
think
never
that's the best
seen it.
sighting
I'd
I've
love
you
to
have
see it.
not made those years would have been awesome, Chris. You would have. Oh, those years were so amazing.
I have a whole bunch of early Attu's moon photos that we don't talk about often enough. I need to put those in the file and send those to one of you guys so you
That
can
was
put them together.
that was such a great time. Learning
It
wise,
started out small, got big. I can still remember when we discovered Attu had a moon. We didn't know that at first. When in the early sightings of Attu, it was surprising that Attu was next to Uri, and that they were always together. And there was a cloud base between the two of them, which was weird. And then all of a sudden, boom! Attu's got a moon. Holy cow! Look at that thing, the white moon. And boy, we went crazy from there on. That's when everything started to just, unfold. And that's the same time also the first close pass of Nepenthe was in 2018.
Wow.
And that went over the Gulf of Mexico, and everybody got captures of it. And even people in South Carolina and Georgia saw the planet plain as day in the over the Atlantic. And then they got to watch it come in. Deb saw the first time she saw Nepenthe come in and go by, and she's a moderator admin on Montana Skywatcher 2, I think. And
Entering the South China Sea, we encountered a
Right,
much
it's like
higher
flying
concentration
a
of distant vessels.
Supersonic jet.
I love time lapse stuff.
great learning.
look at that under planetary illumination going on there. Back to the tissues.
Welcome to
My
my
eyes are
world.
watering again. Oh joy!
Oh, Sam.
I know, allergies. Lovely.
Welcome to my world.
Yeah.
Not you too, Jillian.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's
Look
been
at that,
amazing.
right there, that dark blue on the left, people.
That's what to look for, guys.
Undeniable.
That right there.
Yep.
That's right there. That dark.
Oh, look.
Yeah.
Wow. Whoa.
Magic.
Don't look for
Woo!
CGI planets, guys. They don't look like that. That's Hollywood. No, that's not. It doesn't look that way.
That's the real deal.
Our skies are blue for a reason.
Our skies are blue because of the refractivity of the water.
And through the
they-
water.
The
spectrum.
atmosphere. Because the atmosphere is behind us is black, so
So anything with an atmosphere, when you have the sun shine on it, it's gonna look blue. It's just a fact.
We're looking through the
that's why
water.
we're seeing the green of
Look at it
Nepenthe.
glowing.
And
God, that was weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look, did you see that weird? I'm sure they're
That
moving
was
the boat
weird.
and tipping, but
right-hand turn, whatever it did.
yeah, it's a planet.
Yeah,
don't
but
know
what
which
I'm
one,
saying
but
is I
damn
don't
it
know
was a
whether
planet.
it was the boat that turned.
Well,
Blue
the
again.
boat I'm sure did turn, but the planet did some weird shit too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Another perfect example, guys. Look at how long that dark circle remained there.
Yep.
That
Just
boat,
sits there.
that boat was clearly moving maybe 30 minutes, an hour, and that dark circle was still in the same spot. All right, you can't call it an anomaly when these
Right.
things remain the same shape, the
Yeah.
same everything. It just does. It wouldn't work, guys. It wouldn't work if it was just an anomaly. God, I hate that word. I hate the word anomaly, but whatever.
Anomaly. Anomaly.
It's almost, yeah. It's one of those horrible
Northern
sounds.
skies and other anomalies.
because
That's
that
Mr.
means I can't.
MBV333's favorite word, anomaly, sky
I
anomaly.
can understand. I can understand why
Sky
you don't like that
phenomenon.
word
I
because,
hate the word sky phenomenon. It's not phenomenon. We know what it is.
because it doesn't describe anything.
No, it doesn't. It just it makes it fringe. It makes it taboo. It makes it conspiracy theory-ish.
It's like the word
And
pareidolia.
that's why people don't. That's why it doesn't become actual mainstream information, is because it's still referred to as taboo. It's still referred to as
Yeah.
fringe. It's referred to as less than. It's always it's referred to as alternative. And as long as you have that, people are never gonna accept it, because if it's not in the news these days, if it's not on Fox or NBC, it may as well not be happening.
Yeah, because people are
Again,
just so embedded
I
in
like
that.
to use the analogy of if I see a duck and it looks like a duck and walks like a duck, I don't care what the government or TV tells me. If it tells me it's a dog, I don't care. I'm clearly seeing it's a fucking duck, so it's a duck. Right?
Because you know, in here, it feels right.
Yeah.
Wow, it's
What?
bad.
Okay, Zeus.
Okay, see, I ran into this one. This one's maybe a few months old, but I want you to look at this dark circle, guys. And
What's
how
the black spot?
that's the sun. That's the sun. That's a black spot in the sun. The black
Uh-huh.
dot. That's the sun to the left. But look how it's bending around the dark blue, guys. Look at how that dark circle is not it's not completely dark and it's not completely lit up. It's half and half. You have half on one side light. Can you rewind that, Rebecca?
Sure. Sorry.
It's like the phase of the moon, is what you're trying to say. One half is
Yes. Yeah,
illuminated.
you can see.
the other
You can
half
literally
isn't.
see that. See, can you pause it right there?
Yeah.
Okay, you see down the middle. You see how it's lit towards where the sun is, and then right at halfway, which is what we see on planets and moons and here on Earth, you have what they call the Terminator line, right?
Yep.
Of day and night, darkness and light, because
Yes.
we're circles, we're balls, guys, and light can only reach so much, and then that's the difference, the distinction between night and day, right? Same thing, what you're looking for in the sky, you're going to see night and day. You're going to see the side closest to the sun, the side that's facing the sun is going to be lit up, just like you see here. This is a dark circle. That's a planet moving in, and it's cutting. Even the light is bending around it, because light bends, guys.
Yeah.
See how it stays dark. If it was just sky, it would just remain blue, but it doesn't. It's dark blue, and it stays dark even though it's in the way of the light. It's blocking the light, and the sunlight is just conforming to the curve around it.
Yep.
This is why I like time lapses, because it's a good representation of how they move and why a lot of people are missing them. They tell us don't look at the sun, and I'm not recommending that you look at the sun without glasses, without something, but they're always to the side of the sun. And not that they're always constantly there. Sometimes they move a little out of the way, but when we see them is because you have the light angles as you do right here. You have the sun just doing a little side illumination, and this is what we're going to be seeing a lot more as they go past us. We're going to see all these illuminations coming. We're going to see the other side, the lit up side.
Once they're past Earth, the facial illumination will be larger and larger and larger, just like the crescenting or the half moon and 3/4 moon, etc., as they go past us on that light angle.
Yes.
And that's why Jesus got an illuminated facial nighttime shot, because there is a certain amount of that light shining on the face, even though it's in the darkness and it's beyond Earth.
And
we're on the back
it was not edited, guys. Like, it was lit up like that. Like, it lit up the
Oh
night
my.
side.
Oh dear.
I see more of that. Yeah, so go outside for a few minutes and look to the south, look to the west, look to the east, look around, and you're going to see illuminated planets at night. And colored. The colors are going to start coming out here before you know it as well, when they get even farther past us. And right now we're seeing the dark blues, but when the planets get farther away, you can actually see their facial color. Look at that.
Here is Atu's moon in 2018, guys. This is dawn just prior to sunrise. This was a cool week. The sightings of Atu's moon this week were insane. I got to see its craters up close. I got to see 25, 30 degree temperature drops because it was so close to us. I could not hold my camera. Things got so cold. I couldn't hold my camera anymore. I had to go inside and warm my hands up because it was so cold.
Oh gosh.
I think frankly a lot of people have missed the greatest part of the show. We got to watch them when they were little tiny, and they got bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. No, it's sky pillars. And,
as they go out, be ready, Chris. Be ready. As they head out, it's gonna be so cool to catch them like this, where you could actually take a picture and capture the whole thing in one.
I wonder what the daytime thing is going to be like once they're all past us. And again, what's gonna happen with this star? Oh my God! I mean, are we gonna fry? Are we gonna have to hide in holes to survive?
Hey,
I don't know
Audrey.
what's coming.
Hello, morning, Audrey.
Audrey's back.
That was a
Well,
quick
we hope
nap.
that you
Then
didn't
again,
rush.
7 hours 52.
Wow.
Rodney asked you what was wrong, Sharon. You went, "Oh my God," and then you didn't elaborate.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just received a message. A friend of mine in New Zealand, his father passed away yesterday.
Oh, okay. Condolences. We're
That's
sorry.
why I'm going, oh my gosh. I thought, oh my gosh. I just, Buddy.
Yeah,
Sucks.
we're losing a lot of
So-
folks right now. Their people are always passing away. But
A lot of folks are passing now,
yeah,
especially
And I-
the
and I've
ones
said
in
it
their
before, maybe they're
the
the lucky
80s.
ones. Maybe they're the lucky ones.
Maybe.
What
I
a
wouldn't like
crazy
to think
freaking
that.
world. And this is going back to semi-politics and world scenario again, but I'm kind of frightened for where the entire planet behavior patterns are headed and how some of these, pardon the expressions, but fascism, 1938, 1939, what have we stepped into? There's a lot of really, and not even talking about my government, but there's a lot of governments out there that have suddenly taken some scary turns. And so people, what are we going to have? What are we going to have next year or the year after, 10 years from now? Do we get to
Let's
fix
just
this?
get
Do we get
through this
to,
year.
or are we just going to be bowled over by it? It's spooky.
Yeah,
I don't know how we've forgotten it. Remember, if you don't pay attention to the past, we're doomed to repeat it.
Fortunately,
History repeats.
Yep.
good thing. Yeah, we don't need a repeat of the late 1930s and early 1940s. That's for
No, we
sure.
don't. We're
Definitely not.
already there. We are there.
We've surpassed it, actually.
Yeah. And they're, Crystal knocked again, and they're singling out a scapegoatism, which is a division of people, and what's
Creating
scary
the
is
blame
if
game.
you step into other people's hatred. That's really, I thought we were better than that by now. I thought we'd grown up. I thought we, DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. I thought that those were good things. And we don't need to have that taken away from us. We developed, we got better, we got nicer to people. Let's go back to that.
Sam, here's my theory.
Go ahead.
I don't think it's a theory, but every time the world is changing, there's people who are going to fight it because people don't like change.
Oh yeah.
Pendulum swing.
This what we're seeing right now is a desperate attempt to keep things the same.
The good old boys,
But
1950.
the thing is that history, we've seen this in history, where people are going to push back, but you can't stop change. You might be able to slow it down, but you can't stop it. It's going to happen. I think this political circus and not just politically, but everything that's happening in the world right now It's just a pushback from those people who want to keep the status quo. But the world is changing. People have seen that the world is not what they think it is. They know that we're oppressed at work, that we know all this, and once you see, you can never unsee. And I think people now understand how the world works and how oppressed we've been and how used we've been. And I think
Let's
back from this whole thing, it's not, it's a desperate attempt to keep the status quo, but things are going to change, and I say that optimistically. I really do. I do think that things will change, but
perhaps
the dawn gets the darkest. The night gets darkest before the dawn.
Right.
You know.
Right. Let's hope that people wake up before it's too late and see the error of their own. We can't point the finger without looking in the mirror first.
Ha! Didn't I say that to you yesterday, Gillian? I said that to you yesterday.
The way we say it, and where I come from, Sam, is the good judge starts at home. You're gonna start judging in your own home before you judge outwards. Any good judge is gonna start at home.
But they also say in the philosophy circles, if there's something that you critique in some other person, it's something you don't like about yourself.
Yeah, that's always a good one.
Deep down, if there's something you don't like,
it's more about
someone else.
Yeah, that's what judgment really is. It's more about you than it is about other people.
Exactly. So look within.
That's the secret to all the answers too, because everything is already inside of us all. We all know this is something's wrong.
I like what Taylor says. Rebecca's son. He says seek within. Is that what he says?
Yeah, he says seek within.
Seek within. It does. It starts with you. Anything that you don't like about the world, it's probably more related to you and your own trauma and your own bullshit than it is out there. So if something bothers you, maybe look in.
Yeah, because specifically all these people that are so egocentric, they really need to take a wake-up call and look at themselves, but they won't because they just don't. They're so entitled, they just can't imagine.
They have to have a fall guy for their own mistakes.
And oh my God, let's talk about the Karen movement.
They wanted somebody to be the weakest link.
Pin it on. Someone to pin it on.
Yeah, scapegoat.
Somebody else to take the blame.
Rodney, this is what I don't understand about people, especially right now. Billionaires and the elites, they've never had a real human experience. They've never had to choose between paying for gas and buying eggs. They've never had to choose between paying your light bill or paying your electricity or paying your gas bill.
Or getting evicted out of your
apartment. They have those experience. They don't know. They're basically, they're not human. I hate to put it that way, but they're really not. They're not like us. They will never understand what it is to be like us, let alone care. And if you're someone who thinks that billionaires give a shit about you, you're living in a delusion. They barely care about themselves. Like, these people are so unhappy. It's not. Yeah. I can't imagine being a billionaire. I wouldn't want to be a billionaire. Like, I would never want that for myself. Like, life would freaking suck if I was a billionaire. Like, what's left? Just being.
Well, this is why China's going down. All the billionaires are running away.
It is. If you think they can relate to you, I don't know what is in your head that you could possibly think that a billionaire can relate to any of our daily problems. This asshole can't even say the word groceries. He doesn't even know the word groceries because he's never had to go to the store, let alone have to pick what you buy because things are so goddamn expensive.
And what not to buy, and do I get what my kids ask for? Or do I buy this because I have to have that, and not having that choice?
Do I make a healthy choice, or do I buy garbage because all I could afford is the lower quality food. Like these are the choices that these assholes they've never had to
But
do.
have
How
you-
could they possibly relate to you? How could they
Yeah.
possibly understand your struggle? How could they possibly
I've
do this
spoken-
about you? They're not human. They're really not human.
Yeah,
And
Zeus, I've
in a
spoken
way,
to
you
these
can't
people.
really, you can't
There's
even.
this- I've spoken to people like this in high flying corporates,
Have you?
and they
They're
complain.
so disconnected.
They complain. This is why the celebrities, all the celebrities, put on so much weight, is because their food is so rich. If it's not cooked in butter and cream and all of the lavishings, it's not worth it to them. They are prepared to pay the money for the top food and the top chefs and all the rest of it. But how many of them are happy? That's what we have to ask ourselves. You can have all the money in the world, but are you happy? Are you fulfilled with your life?
DJ, I kind of agree with that. I think there's two kind of billionaires. There's two kind of elites. There's people who are born into that life, and then there's
Exactly.
people who have started at the bottom. Those people who have started at the bottom, sure, they've had a human experience, and they're probably good people. Yes,
They know what it's like.
sorry, if
Yeah.
you were born with the silver spoon in your hand, I'm sorry, but you don't get it. There's no fucking
No.
way that you understand what it's like to be human because you've never had that experience. So
Exactly.
I stand by what I said. I think those self-made people, great people. Yes, absolutely. I think if you're born like a lot of these people that are running the show right now, they were never broke. They didn't. Elon is not a self-made anything. He didn't self-make himself. Trump didn't self-make himself. None of those assholes made.
Again,
Oh, he
it
got
comes
richer.
back to bloodlines too.
Illegally. Him
Bloodlines,
and his
too.
brother were illegal immigrants, and they weren't even on a work visa. They weren't allowed to work, and they were working in the United States, and they could throw him out tomorrow because he violated his visa, and then admitted it on television. I believe Jeff Bezos is giving away his money. Zuckerberg has been lying to Congress and double dealing both China and the United States, and he's going to
So-
get caught on that.
Guess where our
And then,
info's
of course,
going?
nobody prosecutes the rich people because they don't dare. Yeah,
Let's
we're
pay
in a
'em off.
weird world. How big of an a-hole do you have to be to have your first million? I mean, how did you get that first million? That's if you're smart and you have this great invention. Well, yeah, okay, then you get it overnight. But if you over decades become a millionaire, who'd you step on to get there?
I agree.
And again, Musk firing thousands and thousands and thousands of people in the United States, and nobody's talking about those jobs. That killed our job market, and all those people have no money. They got to go find a new job.
Let's be honest. Who is the biggest recipient of welfare is Elon. He is like subsidies. Let's call it what they are. It's
He's getting $1 million a day.
The corporate welfare.
Or a month or
You can
something
call
like
it
that.
subsidies all you want and fancy it up, but it's nothing but
We call it
corporate
punch.
welfare that we're paying. The only reason Tesla's profitable is because of the tax credits. That company wouldn't be profitable if it wouldn't be for the tax credits.
Right.
If it wasn't for taxpayer dollars, that company wouldn't exist. So now he looks at people who receive, $500 a month for food stamps, if that, as a bad
Oh, God, I wish.
You're the one draining the resources yourself with billions of dollars, and you're taking away from the little guy.
There's 3 of us, and we don't get $500 a month. We get half of that.
That's terrible, Sam.
Exactly.
That's why
And there's 3 of us in this family, and I have to pick and choose what meal I can put on the table for how many dollars. And if you were to go down and break it down, and I saw this, I watch congressional hearings, the Congress all the time, and private, in the ethics committees and all this. Do you know the average person is allocated $2.50 per meal?
No way.
Yeah,
That's not even a cup of pot noodles.
right. And then that's the national average, and that is, people in California get far more food stamps than people in Montana because of income and tax value. They get more from the state. Where
Probably more than-
us, if I was to divide the 200 and I think we get 200 and some odd dollars a month on because I'm disabled and work too hard and have 2 kids and no child support and their mom died and all that blah blah. But we don't near get enough money to even. I have to say, okay, this meal that I'm cooking for the 3 of us costs $10, and that's expensive. And yet it
Imagine
does
it would
cost
be.
more than that to make a meal now. And we've had to cut down on the quality of meat we're buying, and I have to find a new butcher because our hamburger tastes horrible now. I mean, it's not even edible at the store that I've been shopping at for years and
Yeah,
change.
that's awful too.
They went.
try
I
and
don't
get
know
all the
what they
spare
did. They
parts now.
changed buyers or something because it's horrible. It tastes like mule. I mean, it's like not even edible right now. So I have to find a new hamburger source. And we've gone to pork and we've gone to chicken, and because it was cheaper and now it's all doubled. What I was getting $6 a pound New York steaks, and now they're 15. $15 a pound for meat. I remember one time paying $14 for a pound and a half of hamburger at a store here in Lolo,
Well,
because they're the only store in town, and they can get away with it.
Yes, Sam. I have pictures of when I was living in Vegas in 2021 of meat. When I was at the grocery store, I think I took a picture, sent to my whatever. But I have a picture of some steaks, right? And the price was like $4 a pound. $4 a pound. That's 3 years ago, 4 years ago. Now go to the store and see
It's 8,
$4
10, 12.
a pound doesn't exist. Like there's nothing you can buy for $4 a pound. Maybe ground beef. That's
Right.
sometimes
Not even, yeah.
Um,
A pot roast used to be $8. Now it's 23.
Yeah, that's
yeah.
awful.
I've never ate more chicken in my life. Going back to red
Tell me
meat.
about it. Yeah,
Red
we're
meat is
like,
more of
we're
a
eating chicken
more of a
and
treat now.
salmon and yeah, everything is costing a bunch of money.
Hi,
but you've
welcome
gotta
to
eat
the
what you-
recession.
Yeah.
One we didn't ask for.
Yeah, one instituted by one person, affecting the entire world.
And
God.
it changed overnight, just like that.
And we're not even allowed to actually physically down these people because now it's dangerous. So much for
Yes,
freedom.
do
of
not
speech.
become an enemy of the state.
Right. Me, I could be. Where would they deport me to? Here you go, back to Holland.
Scotland, go to Scotland.
Come to
they'll send me to El
Australia!
Salvador.
I would love it. I wouldn't leave.
Yeah, Scotland's cool, except they don't have enough trees for me. But I'm sure there's areas that
There's
do.
a heap of trees where I am. You can.
Okay. Yeah, on the
They've got all
Might
those
get a
sites
cross
too,
and
you
stuff.
know.
You have to go on
They've
the
got all this-
council list though.
They've got all the good stuff over there, all the ancient sites and things. That's what I want to see.
Oh, can you
Yeah, I wanna
imagine?
go.
They've had. Well, of course, where you live. I mean, there's been indigenous people for a couple of million years. But
It's
yeah,
60,000, they keep saying.
yeah. Well, lots of old history. I would love to tour Australia. I'd love to tour Scotland. I would love to tour Arizona
Well, they-
about now. But
Well,
or
they say
Utah.
Uluru. They say Uluru is the solar plexus of the earth.
There you go. That big
Imagine
red
the
rock
energy
that doesn't
coming off of that
belong there.
thing. Yep.
Okay, you got anything else for us, Rebecca? We're gossiping again.
Oh,
We're 8 hours in.
Um,
What do we got?
well, let's see. We covered most of the major stuff, unless you want me to find something else. You want to keep going, or
You know, you did some shorts, you did some live stuff. Christopher did
yeah?
stuff. I don't.
Oh,
think
I do have a little short clip from Christopher. Let me show you that real quick.
Okay.
It's his Yellow Moon TikTok.
There you go.
Nice.
It's really cool. Yeah. I like it. Let's get it.
Sometimes I don't remember which one it is.
I know that feeling. I know. Well, we'll see here in a second.
Like, what? Okay.
Now I can't find it. Bear with me. I say it's here.
I'm looking at my notes here, seeing what
Are
I
you
missed.
going to get any sleep, Jillian? Are you going to stay up or not?
She doesn't want to miss anything. I can
Of
tell.
course not.
Well,
Of course not.
since it's my holiday and it's off Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, I think I'll be
Right.
able to catch up on my sleep for, whenever it is, like about Wednesday. Yeah.
It's like a rock.
5 a.m. there. Oh my gosh. The longest I ever stayed awake was 3 days. 3 days straight, and all I did was sewing outfits for a community dance. 52 outfits.
Oh God, you're brave.
Is
Yeah,
that the one
and-
where you threw
yeah.
the sewing machine at them and told them to do it themselves?
Yep. They came around, they rang me up at, 4 o'clock in the morning. Have you finished yet? Have you finished yet? And I've gone, I'm working on them. And then my sewing machine broke down, so I had to borrow one from the school. And at 7 o'clock, they sent around a parent to collect all the outfits. So I had 3 more to do. And then she rang me up, get your ass here now. So, and I just went, okay, fine. Took the boulder material, took the sewing machine and put it up on the stage, and I went, do it yourself then. So yeah, it was horrible. And I just thought, look, you don't understand what I've been through. I have given up 3 days of sleep to commit to getting this done for you. And with all the hassles, what have you done for me? So if you can't sew, I think it's about time you learn. I will teach you, but don't expect me to do it ever again.
Yeah. I kind of feel like that myself from time to time lately, where I'm driven to research more and deeper and find more and give better answers, and yet then I'm also reminded about how much we've already laid out, and that will occasionally give me a relaxed vibe, and yet uncomfortable, going, well, I don't want to do subpar work, but darn it, guys, we've already come a long ways, and so maybe I shouldn't fret over it. But and then there's the frustrated days that I point something out and then nobody listens, or I'm still asking everybody to go to the YouTube channel and comment about cubes. And what you guys realize that we're being blockaded by multiple alien races right now? The Empire is here, or the Federation. Shouldn't call them the Empire, but the Federation is here. We're blockaded. And
The Force. We need the Force.
yeah, we need the Jedis. We do.
You didn't see that, did you, Chris?
I was just going
Did
to
you
say,
see
and I
that
saw
before?
Jesus' hand move. I was like, did he not off, or is he looking at his phone?
Yeah, no, I definitely.
I've got all the good stuff.
Yeah, we're coming to visit your
Okay.
toy shop.
Oh, okay. You're gonna have a ball.
50 seconds until 8 hours.
I want the plasma ball.
Sorry, I had to resave it. We're getting there.
You want me to resend it to you, or?
No, I have it. I mean, I have it. It just didn't get sent to my laptop, and then I couldn't find it, so I resaved it from TikTok, and we're all good. So it's saving now. But that also reminds me, there was another video. It's weird. It's like I know I save these things, and I don't know. Don't worry. Yeah,
Disappeared into the net.
because there was.
I'll be
another
going to
one.
sleep soon. My eyes are starting to shut.
I'm not surprised.
Limbo Land. We're good though. Here it comes.
How's Ozzy's ear today?
He seems to still a bit kind of
Off?
yeah.
Yeah. Give it a week. He'll come good.
It's really bad. It's really sore.
Is his brother still annoying him?
No, he's sleeping curled up on his brother's shoulder currently, with his sore ear on top. It's folded open because they said leave it open so he can get air in it.
Yeah, heals better. Oxygen heals everything.
They said put a tie his ears back with a scrunchie, but
I
Theo
can just
took the
imagine him
scrunchie
with a
out.
little hair tie.
You know, Rodney has a good memory. The booger on the wall story. Oh God, I regret ever telling that story.
Yeah, I tied his ears up like that, and Theo ran away with my scrunchie. So
Oh, gosh.
that didn't work. Epic fail.
Peg?
Okay,
Peg him
it's
together?
ready.
Poor baby.
Now that'll just make him sore again because he's such a Jesse. He just cries.
Yeah, this is the one I just got to see when we started the show.
Yeah, I just got these yesterday.
Are
Oh,
we
this is
expecting more rainbow colours off of Casper?
I was expecting a different one, Chris. Okay.
The dark blue, that's a very large. This is, of course, that's again, all encased in cloud. It is huge. And look at that round. You can't argue with that round. You can't. Weird.
Wow.
Yeah, you can't argue with that big rounded edge.
Look at it.
When did you
And
take
it
these
doesn't
pictures,
seem-
Chris?
Yesterday.
Cool. Amazing. You see it, then we see it.
Yeah, I've been trying to like condense them down a little bit more, make them a little bit shorter.
Yeah, you'll get more views that way. People will look at the
Well, don't
length
they have-
of a video and they go, I don't want to watch that. And you know, they
Well, don't
don't
they
even
have the
know.
option on TikTok? 10
What else you
seconds
got
or
to do?
60 seconds?
Yeah, I made the monthly featured post for Nibiru Followers Anonymous, and it's like 22 minutes long.
Well, it takes time to show everything.
It's cool though. I posted it. It's on
Mhm.
both the groups. If anybody wants to watch it, just go check it out.
And there is a lady I follow. Anyway, she shared this on TikTok, and I thought it was pretty neat. I'm not sure exactly everything I'm seeing, but look at this, Sam.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Curve.
Oh my God. Wow.
I know.
Oh, I feel like.
Wow.
What am I looking at? Now,
Oh,
where is she?
I don't know. I don't know if she commented that or not. Let me look and see.
That has got to be the Texas Cube.
Right.
That has to be the Texas
Wow.
Cube. See the side orb?
I was going to say, is that sitting right next to it?
Yeah, the side orb in the Texas Cube.
Mm.
and smaller ships, and there's a few ships and a few asteroids, but yeah, that's the Texas cube. It's got to be, and then it's got to be Atu is that purple blue body right there in the upper left. Weird. Yeah, that's got to be, because look at that square flat and the way that it's reaching up with the fingering and everything. That is insane.
I was going
God,
to say,
if I'd have seen that sky myself, I would have sat there all day drooling over that. It's amazing.
pinching yourself. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's amazing. I get so enthralled by these pictures, especially when they're from coming around the world. All these different angles, different
Yeah,
perspectives.
clouds do that, don't they? Right.
Yeah, right. They don't do
When
that.
have you ever seen a cloud do that?
Mm.
I was just gonna say that. I mean, look at the randomness of the clouds, or the.
And
I can't explain, but this doesn't look random. This just looks like
These are all the bottoms of the planets, and they're putting off, and the illumination is all weird and
how
dark.
does this
And
become normal? Like, okay, these are just normal clouds. How does it not get somebody's attention that even the clouds don't look normal? They're different.
Just looks
They're,
like a
Clouds are
big,
supposed to be big, fluffy things, not
like
spread
a
out
giant
like that.
space whale. Look at it.
look at
Looks
that
like a
rounded
space
blue
whale.
edge with the green right
Space
there.
whale.
yeah, look at the difference between the horizon, guys, and up
Yeah,
above.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You'll always see the difference between the color at the horizon and everything above, because everything above is planet. Everything above is being shadowed, is being darkened, because there's something there.
And that's where the clouds are reaching to. Is the bottom of
Yep.
this planet.
Yep.
Yeah, you can't. I mean, look at the lighting on the houses. The light's all wrong.
It's too dark.
Terra
Yeah, it's too dark.
725. I think New Mexico is right around that same too. Gosh, the fact that that's minimum wage, and it still blows my mind. It's
Oh
just
God! Speaking of which, they're trying to clip into the federal government minimum wage, where they were supposed to get 15 plus an hour. Now they're trying to knock it down to national government wage,
And
which is
what's that worth?
$7.50 an hour.
How do they expect people live on half of that?
They don't expect people to live anymore at all, obviously, because they're firing 500,000 people out of the government. The whole government is about to break because there's nobody there running the ship anymore. And again,
because
I
of
am
one
still waiting for a
person.
payment this month that I haven't gotten, that I was supposed to get on Friday, and it never got here.
Thank you, Mr. Orange Man.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Orange Man, and the coal non-elected president. By the way, he's hiding because his stock went down, and he only stepped in to do Doge. Pardon, here I go again. So he could cut all the jobs of the people that were investigating him.
Yeah.
He was locked up in
This is
multiple
retaliation.
investigations. And when Zuckerberg bought Facebook and all of that, they just fired all these people are getting fired, and they don't care. Oh, we're cutting corners. We're going to take out 300,000 employees. We don't give a shit. We're going to have
They did the
AI
same.
do it for us.
Yeah, they did the same to us by getting rid of all of our manufacturing industries.
Right. Well, we sold out in the
1975.
80s and 90s here. We moved to China, and we gave our government away. We gave our country away, all for
same
cheaper, useless plastic products that don't even fit together and won't work day one. Bunch of knockoffs. I keep
Well,
telling
my
you,
fridge is-
I'm not buying it because it's made in China.
My fridge has gone bung again. I've got to get the Surface Guy out again.
Yeah. I'm having trouble with my
Third
new
time
water.
this year now.
I'm having troubles with my stove, my electric stove that was made in China. You have to run it you have to run 3 cycles to brown 1 pound of hamburger.
Jeez.
It gets hot,
Yeah.
cools down, gets hot, cools down, gets hot. It's like finally third time around. I have to switch burners in order to cook hamburger.
I've never heard of that feature.
Yeah, that's
Like,
that
I've
new
never
stove
heard-
I bought at Lowe's. Yeah, thank you.
Right.
Piece of shit.
Oh my god.
Yes. Well, thank you, China, for
Yeah.
taking up the mantle of manufacturing everything with very poor quality and very bad QC.
Well, you know about their tofu buildings.
I do,
Yeah.
and there's a section of the Great Wall of China that's been put together, fabricated with rice.
Ooh. Okay.
Mm.
I
we
think
did
they'd be
that.
better off, going out to all the diners on Route 66 and collecting all the bubble gum off the bottom of the tables. I think they'd build stronger buildings with that.
More than likely.
Well, like the Mandalay quake that went all the way down south, and the one and only building that in Bangkok that fell was
Well, their
under
concrete's terrible.
construction by the Chinese.
Yeah, their concrete standards are awful.
Yeah, they're cutting corners. And look, everybody talks about their empty cities. They built all these cities, but yet nobody can even afford to move in. Now, there is still talk about all these missing people in China. There's a vast population shortage. Now, have more people died or by floods and storms than they're admitting to, or the sea virus? And again, the sea virus is going crazy in Malaysia right now, and Vietnam and Indonesia and etc. So look that up, people. Let's hope and pray it doesn't come back around and being stronger and worse. It still could. Now, we all got
And
the
that's
SARS.
the
It is a
thing.
form of SARS. We all got the SARS
yeah.
virus. Everybody on the planet had SARS. And it took
At one
3 years
point
to
in
do
time.
it.
Yep.
And they
It's like
did not
everything
warn
else.
people about it. That was hidden.
Well,
that
they-
was remotely. Good.
Well, they say they're detecting DNA in our breathing air. So if the DNA is there, you can see why it gets spread.
DNA of COVID, you mean?
No. Scientists were trying to track down. You know how we have that stupid 23andMe. Anyway, they were trying to track down again the origins of life and all that kind of stuff, and they worked out that a lot of their investigative work, when it comes to archaeology, a lot of it's contaminated because the amount of DNA, our DNA,
Right.
that's in the air at the moment.
Right.
Cross contamination. It's not good.
Well, they need a better
I
dandruff
bet you-
shampoo.
Look who's
Or we
here,
have to
Sam.
stop
It's
shaving
Penny.
skin every day.
Yeah, if you can find something good for dandruff, somebody
Hey,
tell
Teddy.
me. It's my
Teddy's
life.
here.
Nice. Petty's here. Hi, Petty. Thank you for listening.
Hey, how
I'm
you
glad
doing?
you're here.
And your neat video, yes, very good.
Always great work, Petty. Always love.
Hey, how you doing?
That's pretty awesome.
So 8.5 hours in, guys.
Wow.
Well done.
Yeah,
I'm about to call the guys
Time
too. I'm gonna
Yep.
go.
Yeah, I'm winding down too. I'm, sitting here yawning.
Yeah.
Yep.
yeah.
Poor Gillian
And
needs
poor
to sleep
Jillian's still here.
too.
Look at me. Clinging on by
Well,
a
I hope-
thread.
It is, Tara, it is 6:16 in the morning in Hungary right now.
No.
Wow.
Well, good morning, Petty.
Yeah, he's
Well, I hope everyone has a super week. And again, eyes to the skies, guys. Try and grab as many of those screenshots as we can get.
I don't know. I've never seen that name before. I love blackberries, but thank you for
I
being here.
think they're new.
I don't know if this is your first
Glad
time
you're
here. Welcome.
Thanks for
I
joining.
love blackberries.
Find us on Facebook, on TikTok, but most of us are all on Facebook. We're old
And
school that
don't
way.
listen to naysayers. My God.
But give this a chance before you let anybody talk you out of it. So really cool stuff. Some scary
Keep
a
an
little
open
bit, but we
mind.
don't. We try not to focus too much on that part of it. We are realistic, and we we address all parts of this. But thank you for being here, and see us. Look us up on Facebook, Nibiru Followers Anonymous, Montana Sky Watchers. If you have any questions, we'd be happy to answer whatever. So reach out, and welcome. I look forward to seeing you on Facebook. So
And
yeah,
we have
the same
thousands
name
and
we
thousands.
got the same name on Facebook. I love blackberries.
We have thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of pictures of the planets.
Yes.
Tara, when I'm driving and I can't stop to take a picture, I can't tell you how badly it'll mess up my day.
Oh, you get frustrated like I do. Yeah.
Oh,
You must get as frustrated as I do.
I see somebody in the green room.
Oh, interesting.
Okay.
Yeah, well, it's Thomas. So I figured he wanted to hop on here and probably tell everybody good night. I don't know.
Hey, Thomas.
Okay, we can give you a minute. Yeah, I'm pretty zonked, but we can
We're
give
getting
you a
ready
minute.
to I'll let him know. We're getting ready to close
Yeah,
the
kind
shop.
of what happened to me though. Then when I hopped on TikTok,
Yeah, I know.
Rebecca's was on her way out, but
Right.
well, I'm gonna call it, guys. I'm gonna head out. We'll
Okay,
talk
Take care.
next week.
Take care. Have a good week.
Yeah, good night.
Well,
Anything you
Thomas,
want me to send you,
I
Jesus?
know.
Any information? Just send
Yeah.
it through my messenger.
I
Good night,
definitely
Jesus.
do it. Thomas,
Good night.
bye and bye.
Yeah, we're all good.
You have a good night, guys.
See ya.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Hey,
Good
Thomas.
Hi,
Thomas,
hi.
you got us at the very finale of the show. Hi, Thomas.
You're absolutely right. I just want to say goodbye because I start the
figured.
beginning in the to the show, and after
Yeah.
I sleep, and then I wake up, and I think, okay, just
Yeah.
to come in and say hello and goodbye, and yeah, so
I
I don't have
know.
to tell something big.
Yeah.
I feel bad too because Petty's just now here, and it's like, wow, we've been dying to get him on the show, and I'm so glad that everybody out there around the world is listening. Thank you guys. That means a
Right.
lot. It really does.
Well,
Hey,
we do
Thomas.
international.
Hi, Chris.
How you doing?
Oh, I'm fine. Now I'm
Good.
top fit. I slept.
Yeah.
Thanks for
I
the
almost
tip,
said,
Thomas.
I almost said Auf Wiedersehen.
Auf Wiedersehen.
My German is not good yet.
Okay, but you're trying to learn.
Goodbye.
Cool.
How you doing? Auf Wiedersehen, right?
Yeah, auf Wiedersehen. You pronounce it wrong, but
See it?
it's okay.
Don't. No.
Don't come near my daughter. She's a grammar Nazi too. Guten
Oh
Tag.
boy. How do
Oh,
you
that's it. There. What she said.
Guten
Guten
Tag. Guten Tag. It
Guten
sounds
Tag.
like that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thomas Gunther. Thomas Gunther.
Yeah,
I had a
okay.
German friend called Gunther.
Das
Ja,
ist nicht
so-
gut. Das ist sehr gut, ja.
Yeah, oh. Yeah, das ist sehr gut. It sounds like that. So next time, if I'm speaking English bad, remember you're German.
Right?
That makes us equal.
Yeah. So you have fun tonight, guys.
Yes.
Yeah.
A little bit, yeah, a little bit.
Good show.
A little bit.
It has been
Okay.
good.
I've been
Yeah.
all day long suffering from allergies, and so it's like no matter where I'm at, I'm not fun.
Oh,
It's like
oh.
ick. Yeah, I tell you, I need my own little chamber of fresh oxygen and no kids and no cats.
Mm.
Hyperbaric chamber.
Yeah.
Allergy is not good in any way. So yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Get our
I wouldn't mind one of
ionizers
those.
and our Faraday cages and our
I
electrical
wouldn't
this.
mind
and
one
that.
of those isolation tanks, thank you.
Yeah. Oh, I've often thought about what people experience in those dark water floating isolation tanks, and
Mm.
I'm not sure I ever volunteer to do that. Besides the prune factor alone. Yeah.
Yeah,
my
well,
brain might go someplace I don't want to get, and would I ever come back?
I consider that like a waterbed. And if you've ever had a waterbed,
Yeah,
It's exactly the same. Walking around, waking up surrounded by water, which used to happen to me.
Yeah, I didn't do
You
well
lose,
on water
you
beds.
lose the nappy pin, and you'd be going, "Where's the nappy pin?" And next thing you know, you wake up next morning and you're surrounded by water.
Yeah, yeah.
That's fun.
Great
Well, if
fun.
you've ever had a water bed and then your waterbed heater gets unplugged by accident, that's no fun either.
Oh, and you're freezing.
And then you wake up freezing. Yeah, right.
There's
had
nothing
that
worse
happen
than 10
last
degrees
time.
water. Yes.
Too much Loxus.
I would be tempted to just poke it by on purpose and see what happens. I think I've always wanted to do that to a waterbed.
Yeah.
But when they cost so much to replace the bladders, no.
And they don't go good in rental apartments where you go through the
See what
floor.
happens.
That's right. You got to have
Oh,
a very
yeah.
solid floor.
And okay, we are dingy when we're talking
Are
about
waterbeds
waterbeds.
still a
Yeah.
thing? Because I'm just thinking. I
Craziest
haven't heard
world about
anybody
to
talk
happen.
about waterbeds in like 20 years.
We're like,
To tell
what
you
is
the
that?
truth, Rebecca, it was one of the
I'm trying to
first
remember the
items
last
I
person you knew was
purchased.
one.
It was the first item I purchased when I moved out of home.
Yeah. What
Of course it
decade was
was.
that? Like what? The 80s or 90s?
1985.
Yeah. Okay. That's the last time I've known anybody that had one.
Mm.
Really.
I got the free vacation tour by my father on my 18th birthday, so I got to move out on my 18th birthday the hard
By
way.
force, wasn't it?
Yeah,
was
yeah.
like, there's a
He said,
door.
"Good morning. It's 9 o'clock. You have till 5 p.m. to move," and I didn't even have a car at that time.
Did
And
they
the way
tell you
she-
like for the 3 years prior to your 18th birthday that you were moving out on your 18th
No,
birthday?
there was no advance warning whatsoever. No.
No?
A,
No,
a
no.
lot of
Oh
parents
no, my
do
parents
that.
told me for years you're moving out. Goodbye.
Yep. Yeah,
Yeah, now
yeah,
it's
yeah,
like,
yeah. I didn't
really?
have any warning at all.
You really meant
you know.
that?
And yet you still got some that are living at home in their 30s. Hello.
Well,
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it was the best thing he ever did because I became self-sufficient after that immediately. I had no
Right.
choice.
Exactly.
And of course, and then right after that, the
Exactly.
government came and took me anyway. So that was a nightmare. Still is. I still, every time I hear a car door slam outside my house right now, I look out the window or out the front door. I have no choice because I still have, abduction syndrome
Pete.
from the government alone.
Yeah, yeah.
And-
PSD, yeah.
Yeah, and I'm always waiting for the men in black to kick in my door.
Hopefully
It's
not.
never gone away.
Well, we'll try to prevent that from happening, Sam.
Oh well, I'd be boring anyway, and then I'd start, telling the story like, what was discussed up above by Rodney. He was, laughing for days about the booger hitting the wall joke, And, I don't know if you guys remember that. It was probably show 80 or something like that. We were all dingy as hell. I went into crude booger jokes. Anyway.
Well,
Yeah, we get a little nutty at the end of the show here,
I
people.
tuned that
I've
out. Yes.
stopped listening to the end of the show because I know for a fact how crazy we've become after 8 hours of talking. And
Yeah.
Waterbed.
Looney Tunes.
Talking like the
Pretty
gigantic
good
ass
show.
spider that was just in here.
oh, what? A spider?
Giant
A
ass
spider.
thing, about as big as a hand, man.
Oh, gross.
Oh,
We don't have those
boy.
big
Are they-
things here.
Are they like our
have
huntsmen?
monster spiders here and badass flies, like big fat ass things. Make me feel ill. It's really like
Flying raisins.
flying
know what's good for
raisins.
that?
Yeah,
You know what's good for that, Jillian? The bottom of a
bug
shoe.
spray.
No spray. The bottom of a shoe, love. A whack. Try and avoid
Splat.
the chemicals. Yeah, splat. Splat. Better than the chemicals. Think about your puppy dogs.
Yeah, if you want to keep them
Yeah.
out, you can put cinnamon on your thresholds and stuff like that. They'll avoid cinnamon. Ants do. Spiders don't like it much, but if you sprinkle cinnamon on your door threshold or your window, if you have leaky windows, depending on the age of your windows, But if you got ants crawling in a hole in the wall, put
Any of
cinnamon
that
down.
stuff down there, Tyler. It's like
Non-toxic.
right inside there.
Don't avoid it. Anyway, now we're it's a good time as any we can end it. We're talking about silly things.
Right. 8 hours,
So,
45 minutes. Show one.
I have to go too, so I'll say I love you and leave you. Have a great week, and I'll
Thanks,
probably
Sharon.
catch up with you soon. Bye,
Yep,
everyone.
nice
Okay.
night.
Thank you.
Nice to see
Sharon.
you, Thomas.
Good to know.
Yeah, good seeing you, Thomas.
Yeah, bye,
Bye.
Thomas.
Just one
Hi,
thing,
everybody
Warren.
in Germany and Europe.
Night, everybody.
Good night.
All right, I'm going to reach
if
for the X
Blackberry's
juice.
still there, you can
Okay,
send me an
Sam.
email. I can't
All right,
type it in
everybody,
the
see you
chat,
next
so-
week. Same bat time, same bat channel. Remember to like and subscribe. Watch Christopher's movies, watch Rebecca's movies. They need the numbers. Buy them a cup of coffee, et cetera, et cetera. Talk to you guys soon. I've got the X button. We'll see you soon.
Okay, Sam.
All right, Sam. Good
Bye.
night.
Good night.
Good night.
Okay. And
Is that it?
yeah,
Yeah,
it is. I know.
if
everybody can
Blackberries, you need to send me a message. You can send me an email at ckaturis@proton.me. It wouldn't let me type it in the chat, so for some reason it won't let you send an email. So anyway,
All right.
Cool.
Well, guys,
Jillian, you made it all the way through,
I know,
Ryan.
man. Of course, she's tough. She's a champ.
right?
Yeah, that fucking spider. I'm not going to be sleeping. It was as big as a hand.
It's a friendly spider. You are not in Australia.
I don't know what that thing is. It's just like hanging there with its great big arms and legs.
It's a friend.
Whoa.
No worries.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I'll tell you about my wife's story later, Jillian,
Yeah, please.
with
Yeah,
her
I think I need
spider
to sleep
incident
now.
last week.
No.
Oh, don't do it.
No, she says.
Cool.
Yeah, I'm ready to
Well,
hear, Jackie.
Yeah. I'll tell you
know.
later. She won't let me tell her. I'll get in
Worries.
trouble. It's
You'll
pretty
get
bad.
beaten with her shoe.
Good night,
She'll
Tara.
rip that t-shirt off you.
Yeah.
All right.
Ready to end the show? Yeah. Go ahead and click the button. I haven't clicked the button yet. Y'all didn't know, but
No,
Anyway, good night.
everybody.
Good night,
Good
Becca.
night.
Good night.
Bye.
Good night, everybody. See you next week.
Yeah.
Bye.
We'll see you next Saturday, 3 o'clock. Show 116. Be here before you know it. So good night. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.